Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I am so very excited. Thank you all also so much again for helping us hit 1K subs on YouTube and getting the YouTube partner program. Prior will be here. He's currently stuck in the tax mines, so...
Oh, I didn't even know he'd be here. Whoa.
No, well, he should be here at least. But if he's not, he did send me his answers. We've compiled all the questions that you all submitted, and we're going to go through them and are super excited to do so. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm so excited, and Gramps will hopefully show up. But yes, so, are you ready, managers?
Yeah. Shall we say our hellos?
Oh my gosh. Wait, yes, let's start with hello. Please, all of you. I guess we'll go with our normal introductions. Mix, if you want to start us off.
Yo, what up? I'm Mix. I'm a cool cat. I'm normally Mix, the info department head, but my alter ego is Mix, the VTuber. And I'm chilling. I'm here. I'm vibing. I love you guys. You know, what up, fellow, I was trying to think of a bit, but I'm floundering, so I'm gonna give up here.
You're doing your best.
Yeah,
you're trying.
I think if you guys watch, go watch season 15 of The Bachelorette. There's a character named Tyler C. That's
oh my
me.
god.
Thank you. All right.
A character?
That's true. That's a real person. It's not a character.
Why are you talking about The Bachelorette?
Anyways, go ahead.
Moving
Hi,
on.
I'm Merru. I'm
Yes,
Merru Online. I'm Merru Online, Cyber Imp VTuber. I also play Merru, the Control Team Department Head. I'm very excited to answer all of these questions.
Yeah.
Some in character, some out of character, depending on the question. And I hope you all enjoy.
Big poke head, by the way.
This is true.
He's also the one who makes all the nuggets, does the thumbnails, and does pretty much all the art for this. So,
Oh yeah,
follow
yeah.
Art head.
Oh, thank
go
you.
commission him when they're open.
There is our
Eventually.
goat.
Big
Aside
goat
from the
head.
actual physical goat with us. but,
Big
like,
if true.
We're all goats.
and I'm Kai, Calypso, Sea Bunny VTuber, getting back into it. I like to have fun and play and draw. I'm a really big fan of everyone else here, and so I get to live the parasocial dream of hanging out with them so often thanks to this TTRPG.
That's real.
It's
That's real.
great. Straight into my veins.
That's real.
And I will be answering questions in and out of character about Kai. Thank you for submitting so many to all of the managers. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh,
Wahoo.
we were talking before, I forget who, I know I talked to Merru with this, I forget if I mentioned it to the both of you, but we were so scared there wasn't going to be any questions, and
Yes,
then
I
what
heard
if
you
this
talk
flops,
about this.
and there's no questions at all, so we were so excited when we saw how many there were, so thank you all so much for all of the questions. And Prior's not here right now, but he'll introduce himself if he's able to pop in later, because Peepaw's currently in the tax mines, so...
Real.
Right for him.
I can do a great prior impression, actually, if need be.
Can you?
Yeah. Okay, let me try. Yo, what up? I'm Prior.
Nope.
I'm a cool
Oh.
cat.
I didn't realize
I
I was here. I didn't realize he just joined the call.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Wait. Oh my god.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if
thank
I've
you.
ever heard Prior say yo.
I don't think he has ever
Like,
said
We
that.
just heard
Out
it
of
now.
character ever. Yeah, until now. Up until this very moment when he came into call and said that.
Yeah.
It's real.
But no,
Yeah.
I will start with questions that were just for me as the GM, and then we can start with your guys' character-specific questions. And then my plan was basically we were gonna do general questions, spoiler questions, so that anyone who hasn't caught up yet doesn't get spoiled, and then we were gonna end with character thoughts on OCs that were submitted. So, you know what? To begin, Here's a good question. This is also one I don't just have to answer. You all can answer it as well. So this was asked by Space. How did you all meet and further in with that decide to do a lobotomy corporation D&D? So I met Pryor about 6 to 7 years ago. I've known him forever, and he was also the one who introduced me to tabletop role-playing games in the first place for D&D. And he was the first dungeon master that I played in the game of, like in a game of ever. And with Merru, I've also known Merru for a very long time. I actually met him around the same time as Pryor. And I've shared the story before. I actually shared it yesterday's stream, and I know he shared it on stream also. But the two of us met through college, and due to a Bakugo wallpaper, of all things, and basically, that's how we met. And both of them are my brothers. And Kai and Mix, I both met about a year ago. It was a couple of months before I began VTubing, actually. So I actually think I met... When did Rayon raid into your stream, Mix? Because I think it was back in... I want to say that we raided in back around March or April is when that raid happened.
Well, I think so. Probably. I think vaguely that's probably when. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I think it was around then too. But no, Mix was one of the first VTubers, aside from like Atlas and Rayon, I ever watched. I need you to know, I never watched a lot of VTubers before I started this. Like, you were one of the only ones I was watching, along with those two. And we raided into you, and Kai was playing with you that day. So I remember following you both.
That was in May then, because we did
May?
not. Yeah, we did not start. We weren't even friends before we played Stardew together.
Oh wait, for real?
Oh,
Okay, maybe it was May then, because it was a Stardew stream that Rayon raided in on.
Gotcha.
I have a bad memory though, so I thought it was earlier. But no, I just remember I followed you both there, and I remembered Kai was one of my first followers. I got super excited when Mix followed me back. But that is how I met the four of them. And then the reason this happened is because I decided to do a Lobotomy Corporation TTRPG to celebrate having hit 700 followers back in October. And I was trying to figure out who to ask to be my players. And so I chose the four of them, since Pryor and Merru I'd known forever. And Kai and Mix were like two of the first people I met through VTubing. And I thought they were both really cool. And I knew all four of them had really awesome performance skills, because I always watched their streams and I liked being around all of them. I still feel a little bit guilty. I ended up dragging you all into I was like, hey guys, 5-hour one-shot. It's not going to be a big commitment, I promise. So I've been really thankful how on board you all have been.
Real.
So thank you for that. Thank you. But yeah, if any of you have anything to add about having met each other about this, please feel free to share.
Well, I can say, that, well, kind of weird. So, originally, the first person I met here was Kai. That was when I had started early V2ing. I think it was like in April. We hadn't really met, but like,
I don't
even know how Kai found me. I'm gonna be real with you. I was just like streaming, and I was just being a little goober, and I was mentioning something about Stardew Valley at one point, and Kai had been on that day, had been chatting for a bit, mentioned something about Stardew Valley, and Kai was like, "Oh, that's cool. Like, I like Stardew Valley," and I was like, "Oh yeah, it'd be awesome." I was like, "Yeah, you know, like I think that'd be really comfy if I did a collab on it with other people." And Kai, along with two of my other regulars and friends, Caleb and Sock, were all like, "Oh yeah, we should do it." And Kai was like, "Yeah, I'd love to. If you ever do that, I'd love to be a part of it." I was like, "Oh, that sounds awesome." And so that led to us doing our first we'll do a little Stardew thing. And it's funny looking back. because we were not friends or really knew each other before then. I honestly was doing it because I was like, I was like, oh, I'm a VTuber now, I should like collab with people, and like B, I was like, yeah, probably the nice thing to do. Because I was nervous about like playing with someone I didn't know. But we hit it off pretty early. Thankfully. We did Stardew Saturday for a while, and then
Now it's
Rayon.
Saturdays.
What's up?
Now it's TTRPG Saturdays.
That's true.
Wahoo!
That's true. And then Rayon rated me, and then Cinna was there. I don't really remember talking to Cinna then, though.
I was too nervous to talk to you. I was a fan.
I knew you followed me on Twitter at one point, and I was like, oh, he looks cute. I'll follow him back. Which is generally my rule of thumb. Is like, oh, okay, you look cool. I'll follow you back. And so then I was just streaming, and at some point, I don't remember how, but like Project Moon came up, and I was like talking about it because I was like, oh, I know about these games. Like I've seen them years ago. I have Lobotomy Corporation. It looks cool, but it's kind of like I've always wanted to play it. And like Cinna was there, and he was like on the grind to like recruit people into this little fandom. And so he's like, oh yeah, it's really cool. And I was like, yeah, well, yeah. And I was like, well, if you know all about it, like maybe we could like play together sometime. You could like teach me how to play. And then we did that for a little bit. And it was after a couple sessions that I knew that he played with Merru and Prior. I didn't really know them. I didn't really go into those streams a lot. I'm not much of a like stream. I don't watch streams really, even now. But I knew of them, and so Cinna was on like a big grind set at one point because he blew up, because he's the GOAT. And he had so many like different goals for different followers, and one of them was a TTRPG. So he invited all of us, and we all sort of like conversed and started to know each other and talk to each other. And now here we are, several months later, I've really enjoyed myself. This is not a cry for help. Cinna does not have me locked up in his basement. What are you talking about? The code to the door is 154 at and there's definitely nothing suspicious going on.
Don't worry. They're all good.
Nobody!
Oh my gosh. But no, also, Prior, welcome in. We were just doing the little question of how this all started to begin while we were waiting, just in case you were able to come. So
much appreciated. Hello, everyone. I'm really glad I'm a VTuber, so there's no way my bosses know that I'm here and not doing tax returns. Hello, everyone. And I guess there's no reason for me to not just jump right into the question at hand, which is me and Cinna go way back to ye old days. We have been playing writing together for a very, very long time. I don't actually know if I can tell the story of your first thoughts on me on stream.
Oh no, you can. I think it's very funny. If you want to share my original thoughts on you, you can feel free to share them because I find them hilarious.
Oh man.
So me and Cinna first met through a Discord writing roleplay server. to which I joined, and Cinna was already a very established person on the server. Cinna had a lot of established connections. I thought that they were very cool. I tried my best to kind of like get a couple scenes going and get to know them. I did sense that there was some distance between us at first, but I do feel over time it started to mend together. And that's because Cinna thought that not only was I gay, but I was there to steal his boyfriend.
I need to make it very clear, I was like 17 at the time. I was not very smart. And I was very insecure. And for some reason, Thought Crier was trying to steal my boyfriend.
So yeah, you know, me and Cinna's partner, had some wonderful role-playing scenes together. We found our writing styles meshed really well, and so I can understand where it came from. So that was my introduction to Cinna. So thankfully, my plans have not yet come to fruition. That man will be mine.
He's playing the long game. He's
No, I genuinely. Once the nature of my relationship with everyone was firmly established, me and Cinna became very good friends. We've been role-playing together for over half a decade at this point, I think.
No, it's been forever.
And, you know, I was the voice in Cinna's ear, the evil, forever DM going, you should run a game, you should run a game, you should run a game, you should run a one-shot game in Project Moon, because you like it so much, and I think I can make you do it.
That is actually true. That is actually true. He is the reason that I'm pretty sure, no, it was you, wasn't it? Because I was like, I was thinking of stuff to do, and you mentioned that, and I was like, all right, well, it'll be a one-shot. It'll be quick.
So yet again, my Machiavellian schemes lay undetected for years. But yes, as I managed to convince Cinna to do this, I was very blessed to be greeted with the fact that I really didn't know anyone else in the game. Me and Merru had met a few times before, once or twice.
I think officially once.
Once, yes.
Yeah.
We did a one shot.
No, you're right. We never existed in the same space before. I was thinking there surely was some other time where we must have like just not interacted. But no, I think that was literally our first interaction with each other. I had heard a lot about you through Cinna. So we did a one-shot together. I thought Merru's vibes were awesome. I was very excited when Merru was brought on. I had watched a few of Kai and Mix's streams before, and I thought that they were super cool people. And we were all brought into a DM together, and within 30 minutes of being in that DM, I was afraid for my life. No, within 30 minutes of being in that DM, I knew that we had fantastic cast chemistry, and that I'm not going to pretend like I had an inkling that it was going to grow into a project this big, but very, very quickly I realized I was going to get along very well with all these people, and the rest is history.
Yes! Oh, thank you to hydrate, Norm. I just hydrated. But yes! Oh my gosh. No, I remember being so nervous when I brought you all into the DM. I was like, I was like, I hope this works out. I love all of you, but you know like how like it's nerve-wracking when you introduce people to each other, especially for something big?
And goofy.
Real? No, I knew it was gonna be a big thing. I knew the whole time.
Merru pushed for it. Merru was
I
the
did.
pusher.
I was like, guys, you need to understand. It needs to be a campaign. I've never done one before, but it will be one. I promise.
And he was right.
I was
And
right.
he was correct.
And I was like, listen, I will put myself in the art mines if it means this will be a big thing. And
Oh my
I'm
god.
in the art mines, so like it worked.
Yeah, now we keep him in the mines.
Yeah, I live there.
Actually, speaking of the art mines too, Merru cooked up There's gonna be a couple surprises this week, so just keep your eyes peeled on the server. It's all I'll say.
Yes.
But yes. Oh, good. Go, Kai, please.
Oh, I just figured everyone else spoke, so I probably should say something.
Yes, you should.
I knew nothing of Project Moon before this. I still know very little. Everyone else is incredible, and it's terrifying every single week thinking of all the knowledge that they hold in their brains so constantly, but I am obsessed with these characters, and I knew I would be obsessed with these characters even before I really saw them past our, practice one-shot. And Cinna did a very good job picking out the cast, I think, because I very quickly got along with Merru and Pryor, not knowing them at all whatsoever, and I still bother both of them on a regular basis. So, shout out Cinna for being very good at stitching together friend groups, because I don't think I could Frankenstein's monster something this organic myself.
Aw, thank you, Kai. And you do amazing too, I hope you know. And, I appreciate the fact that you knew nothing about Project Moon. I know Pryor didn't know anything to begin with, and now knows more than me. Merru knew, quite a bit to begin. Mix knew a little bit from having played with me. I know you knew nothing, and you were still willing to come on in. So, also, yes, this question probably will take a lot longer than most of them, just because this is such a... I don't even know the right word. It's such a big question, I feel, but some of these questions will definitely take longer than others, I imagine.
I will clarify and say I did not know a lot going in. I knew a decent bit about Lobcore specifically.
Oh, wait. Oh, did we not play Lobcore,
No, I said I knew about. I said I knew about Lobcore specifically. I knew nothing else about the city.
No, that's true. My bad. I just find it funny because I was like, we did spend an entire week playing Lobotomy Corporation and doing nothing else.
We did, yes. But I didn't know what happened outside of Lobcore.
Oh, no, that makes sense. Yes, it is true. At the start, I had the most knowledge. I no longer have that title, but... But no, it's been so fun. It's been so fun to see. And are you all ready then, unless anyone has any other thoughts on this, to begin the general questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
Let's get them. Let's rock and roll, baby.
Awesome. All right, so this one's from Bonnie. Do the managers know Brainrot terms?
Oh, excellent way we're starting off the stream.
Are we answering this in order of? Because I feel like.
Do we want to go in our usual order of Mix, Merru, Pryor, Kai that we do?
Sure. You know what? We can absolutely do that. Let's do it.
Oh, well, I guess that's me.
If you want to start. If you want someone else to start, someone else can go first.
Well, Baby Gronk, Yacht, Phantom, Tax, Skivity, Riz, Toilet, Sussy, Zesty, etc., etc. Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be in character. Shit.
Yeah.
So, that was just me.
Incredible start. Incredible start.
No, that was your in-character response.
I thought that was in character. I was like, is Mix in character being like, Pryor, that was zesty AF. I'm like,
Pryor, that was a zesty AF. Oh my god. No, okay, I guess let me lock in. I think Mix would kind of nod. I think full-heartedly they'd just be like, yeah, of course I do. They would definitely use it all the time, I think. It's kind of a constant problem with Pryor, who doesn't really understand this sort of thing. Mix would talk of say whoa, you're not passing the vibe check, Pryor. And Pryor's like, what you know, what is that? So yeah, I think so. I'm sorry that wasn't very in character, but it's kind of hard for me to like turn that on. Turn on Brainrot.
Well, I can give my complete in-character answer to this question. So, Merru would probably say something like, of course I know what a brain rot is. I mean, do you think I'm stupid? I've had the unfortunate experience of having the naked nest in my department for long enough for my agents to have figured out how. And I doubt you want me to detail the process, the infection as it worsens, but no, I'm quite good at handling the infected before things get, well, out of hand. Really,
Goofy
I should be
answer.
What?
It's a goofy eye answer. That's not the right one. You realize that it's brain rot, not brain.
Yes, the brain rot, which is what happens.
Oh
Really,
my
I
God.
should listen. I should
No.
be praised for how well I understand and handle
No.
the naked nest infections or brain rot or whatever you want to call it.
No,
Listen. I've saved the facility.
it's slang.
Even. And no one has even thanked me for this, by the way.
Ugh. It's slang, Merru.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Slang for the naked nest infection.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's all.
Well. Compared to the other two, the clerks often talk in strange coded riddles around me. They use dialects I haven't heard, and words that I frankly don't believe exist. But an easy way to lift the mood is to pretend to be foolish and purposely misuse terms. I don't really get them, but I'm capable of picking up context clues well enough to get them slightly wrong. And you just act really confused, and it's always good for a little bit of amusement. It's a burden of looking foolish I'll happily bear for a few smiles from my agents.
I think Kai would reply something along the lines of, I've hung around Mix and some of the younger clerks enough to understand brain rot terms. I'm not a fossil, but I wouldn't say I use that many of them, those terms, unless you count the meowing, which seems to have become very popular with that crowd lately. I've just been doing that, so I'm kind of ahead of the trend, I guess you could say. However, there have been a few times where phrases such as locking in have proven very useful to me, and forcing others to do what I want them to. So I can appreciate kind of newfound ways to say things that have already existed.
Thank you, managers. I love that. I love that. I'm also losing my shit at Skivity and Merru shoot the clerk. And our next question from April is, what is each manager's least favorite abnormality?
I don't think mixing character is having a good time with this question, but I can explain. I think it's very very obvious. They don't like nothing there. It's their least favorite one by far. They don't really like talking about it. So yeah.
Well, I would say that the Freischütz is both my favorite and my least favorite, depending on the hour. But I can already kind of feel my gear buzzing enough to know that he doesn't like that answer. The real answer would be that I actually dislike a large majority of the abnormalities in our facility. So picking the one I dislike the most is like asking someone to pick what their least favorite way to die is. In my department, it's probably that damn fly face. Not even for the reasons you might think. I mean, I've worked with him before, and I just don't like the things he talks about in my head. Makes me feel weird. And outside of the department, that stupid puppy in safety is a pain in my ass. I can suppress him just fine, but the mutt's just out to get me, I swear. It's a long story. I just don't like him.
Not Poda. He's so cute, though.
It's not what you seem.
You never trust an abnormality. In character, my own Poda aberration is attempting to destroy me right now. Well, my answer should be obvious. Singing Machine isn't just dangerous, cruel, and brutal, and an atrocity against sanity and hope. It is also unoriginal and bereft of any actual use. Its melody isn't even the greatest sound in the city, and so it could never tempt me. I've heard better performances before, and I'm sure I'll live to hear better performances after. The fact that it's stuck in my department is just one more of life's great tests against me.
And Kai?
At least in terms of my own department, I don't know that it's work, and I've been here the shortest out of everyone. I think I know abnormalities on a personal level, generally the least, but in my department, Red Shoes is always just kind of a bother. Sometimes it seems there's a purpose of something's existence, and I don't really see what the Red Shoes has to offer, aside from me having to knock clerks out when they randomly get enchanted by them, so that they don't put teeth shoes on their feet and kill someone. So, probably them. Yeah, not a big fan.
No, I remember Red Shoes almost activated during the one shot. Also, Poland's Night, thank you for the follow. Thank you. That makes sense that Kai would not be. And I guess to go with the least favorite, what's each of the managers' favorite abnormalities?
What is Mix's favorite abnormality? That's a really good point. Contrary to popular belief, they're actually not necessarily a fan of Snow Queen. They respect her, but they aren't like a fan. My goodness, I there's a funny answer, and then there's like a normal answer. The funny answer is I have a running joke that Big Bird is the best bird, and that I think Punishing Bird is evil and awful. So no, that's just Mix the person. That's not Mix the character.
No, it's me, the person.
you already knew this. I think Mix is the funny answer. Would be Mix would be like, yeah, Big Bird's my dog. And then I think probably who their actual favorite, probably like Old Lady, I think. There are a lot of complicated reasons for that, but I think old lady.
I love old lady. She's doing her best.
Real. For Merru's answer, probably say something like, favorite, I mean, my favorite would either be Punishing Bird or Ready. I mean, Little Red Riding Hood and Mercenary. I mean, I used to always like when I got to work with the Bird back when I was an agent, and I've always gotten along with Ready. Well, gotten along with her as well as one can in Abnormality. She's always, I guess, taken a liking to me, more so than even the people in this damn place, so she's actually not bad company.
Ready, my
Adequate.
beloved. Oh,
Yes, my fellow managers have excellent answers. In recent times, the Queen of Hatred has come to make me regret the fact that the facility gave her such a cruel-sounding title. She has time and time again appeared when I needed her, always at a cry for help, is a service to others, for others. And is that not the greatest sign of goodness? Her vengeance is swift against the cruel, and her kindness is infinite to the innocent. Perhaps I wish in some ways to emulate it. I'm beginning to see more of why she doesn't spare the wicked in her wrath. It's something to think about.
Fumi, my beloved. I love her.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious that my favorite's gotta be Happy Teddy Bear. We're friends, you know? I've gotten along with one or two other abnormalities, but Happy Teddy Bear reminds me of something that I can't fully place, but he feels nostalgic. And there is definitely a bond there, and it is hard not to visit too often and get my neck snapped, but I've managed to hold off so far. I will be very happy to see him again. However, if I had to think of an abnormality that I don't have any bond with, that I just like the idea of, if I could circumvent the dying part of we can change anything, I feel like that could be a really fun experience.
Fun?
Yeah, like when you take when you run really far and your like muscles hurt afterwards and it's like good pain. I think if you could just do the not exactly, if you could just not die, that could feel very pleasurable for me personally. In character.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Just wanted to be clear.
The biggest air quotes around in character.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Characters
In
based on
Minecraft, of
self.
course.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Chicken
this
jockey.
this is also to do with abnormalities, and this one comes from space. Managers, if you weren't bonded with your specific abnormalities that you had at this point, would you have bonded with any others if you chose differently?
Oh.
Oh, this question's like way too big to put on the screen. So.
You could always put like, if you could choose a different abnormality to bond with, which would it be?
Oh, that's smart. That's smart. Yeah, no, please. But please feel free to start answering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Big questions deserve big answers.
exactly. You know what? Dang, that's a really hard question. Can I
You want to circle back?
circle back to that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't mind going. So, let me think. So for Merru, how would he say it? I mean, this question assumes that I had much of a choice in getting stuck with the Freischütz to begin with. I mean, I technically agreed to the contract, sure, but I never chose to go into his unit in the first place. It makes sense if you understood the position I was in, but if I had a choice but couldn't say none of them, then I guess, I don't know. It could be punishing birds, since it was the first abnormality I had experience with, but I mean, if I wanted to think strategically, maybe something like Dream of the Black Swan. I mean, I hate the brothers. The sister's a problem when she tries to make every abnormality stupid facility breach, but if I had some connection with her, then I could potentially use that to stop her from making a bad breach even worse. And having a Va on your side is usually always helpful. So it seems useful, at least, and without all the baggage of my current situation. So
absolutely. For Prior, well, I feel if the departments had not been assembled in the way they were, I also might have been able to find some kinship with Dreams of a Black Swan. I have often observed the unit with great interest. Those innocent children. To care for others is a great burden. I relate to the Swan. No matter how far they stray, they always return home when obligation calls.
I love that you both chose Dream of a Black Swan, but for very different reasons.
totally unintentional.
Yeah. Prior and Merru fighting over the one set of Black Swan ego gear.
Oh no, no, he can have the gear. No, thank you. He can have the gear and the gift. I think that'd be funny.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Prior, you can have the gear and the gift. Also, punishing Birgh just breached, so you should go suppress that right now.
Oh my god.
Make him suppress it. Make him suppress it.
I was gonna say, Mix, were you ready to circle back
I
around
can-
now, or did you want me to
I can
answer?
go last. Yeah, go ahead.
Alrighty. Maybe Poda. I like the little guy. He's a bit ferocious, sure, but he's just so cute. Plus, I like having a paw, or a pair of paws. I'm the only one out of the managers that has much of a kinship with animals in the first place, so I think things could have worked out okay. Though he doesn't like Merru, but then again, neither does Wolfie.
He didn't mind me initially.
He doesn't like Reddy, and Merru
Yeah.
likes Reddy, and that would make me sad.
He didn't know that, okay?
It's a good thing he didn't find out.
Yeah.
I guess Mix. I think Mix thinks about it for a bit, and then they answer. There used to be a abnormality. It was before my time. Firebird. I would have been interested in seeing what it was like. It breached the facility before I got here. Can't find any info about it, but maybe that one.
Oh yeah, I remember Firebird. They had to call in up the ladder, I think, for that one.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, everyone. It's good. It's good. Yeah, I wonder where they are now also, Fumi. And this one is to all of you as players from space regarding the abnormalities. Would the players have picked a different abnormality if they couldn't pick the ones they had?
Apocalypse bird. All I'm look, hear me
not.
out, everybody. Hear me out. I think Mix be built different. All right. Look. Let me show you. Let me share my plan on how Mix gets that ego gear. So roll to seduce. Nat 20. Immediately get it. Fall into me. Then roll to Fade to Black. Nat 20. And then alright, after that
Apocalypse Bird?
we've got the ego gear. Looks great, got the gift. For an actual answer, would I have picked the thing is, it's funny because actually Mix's specific abnormalities came from Cinna, so he just, with his big brain, basically suggested the perfect ones that honestly ended up working out really well. So I don't know if I would have picked anything different. I think if I had to suggest one, I think maybe Mix interacting with oh shoot, what's it called?
Oh, which one?
The,
interacting with.
I'm trying to remember. It's the
Do you have any of Kieran's?
Charades.
Exactly.
Charades.
No. It's the one with the freaking what's it called? It's like the monk one.
Discord. No, Clouded Monk. I thought you were talking about
Clouded Monk.
Clouded Monk.
I think that might have been fun.
I did not expect that choice.
Honestly, I think its design is kind of sick, and also the ego gear is kind of sick too.
That's real.
Because I think honestly, yeah, Cloud Monk is pretty awesome. It looks pretty awesome. So I think that might have been interesting. It would have Mix, for it to be relate to Mix's story. It would have been interesting to see how that would have fit. But yeah, that would have been my answer.
Ooh. Also, quickly before you answer, Merru, I saw I'm gonna grab questions from I'm later on, just for my personal looking over and putting in the Discord. But I see the what if Birgh had ego gear, and you have me thinking now, Norm. But Merru, please go. Just wanted to let you know I love that question.
Yeah. So would I pick a different abnormality? I don't think I would. Because the thing is, picking der Freischütz was, the first thing, and I'll probably get into it more, and there's, a later question about how we came up with our characters. But picking der Freischütz was, the first thing I did when making, the character Merru and his whole situation. And I like playing Merru as he is now, so if I had to pick a different abnormality, I simply would just be playing a completely different character, because of just how tied the basis of Merru's character is to my choice of abnormality. So I don't think there could have been another choice for at least the main abnormality that Merru is, connected to.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, der Freischütz is a really big part of his story, so...
Yeah.
What's that in the sky? It's Bald is Awesome Merru!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bald is awesome? No!
Oh my gosh. What about for Prior?
That's an excellent question. I swear I'm not just cribbing Merru's notes here, but if I had to pick, if I, gun to my head, have to pick a different abnormality, I'm saying shoot me. I genuinely I mean, Cinna did really try to talk me out of one sin. Cinna was like, you're walking with a Zayn abnormality gift. Everyone else is HE level. Are you sure? And I said, get off my goat. He's my best friend. He will... He and I are blood brothers to the end. But no. The truth is, I chose each of his abnormalities for a very specific reason. Each archetype kind of comes together to build an image of Prior that is pretty closely tied to the story with Prior I want to tell. And I feel replacing any abnormality would change the underlying themes of his story. You know, I chose each concept for a very specific reason. And so, yeah, that's my answer. I would not, I really feel genuinely if any of the abnormalities had been unavailable, Prior as he exists would not exist.
No, that is very true. All of Prior, I can't talk much about them without spoiling what's in store, but I love the abnormalities that Prior chose for his character. All of them were very carefully picked. And it was very funny because there was that conversation we had. And I did keep going, are you sure? Like, are you sure you want one sin? Which in the end, I was like, you know what? You can have one sin. I'll balance it because even though one sin is weaker, one sin's the only abnormality that won't turn on you, unlike the rest of them. So it all worked out.
And Prior low-key turned on him. Whoa.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Real. That's real. My God, it's open can of wheelchairs Prior with a steel chair.
Soda.
That you would be insane.
Soda!
Soda!
Sorry. Go ahead, Kai.
No, it's for you, Kai.
Sorry, Jesus. It's not you. It's grape soda.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Prior, I will say, how did I manage to tell you the abnormality will never turn on you and you still managed to create drama with one sin?
We're in a sassy man apocalypse.
Real.
I know if I ain't got beef with no one, I got beef with myself.
Real.
All right, the ops don't even need to be haters.
The thing is, okay, I don't think I did not pick out my own abnormality because I didn't know anything about Project Moon in the first place. Cinna was very welcoming and has always gone through like I explained the direction I wanted my character to go in, and he was like, these are abnormalities that could fit that. And that's kind of how it's always been. And then I'll like read their wiki and be like, yeah, this one's, the vibes are right. Though throughout the campaign, I have seen some comments about Dreaming Current and Kai having some parallels that I thought were really cool and interesting. And I was like, damn, I could have been a dolphin.
That's real.
Real.
so I guess probably Dreaming Current, like if I had that knowledge now and could go back, I might have begged Cinna over and over and over again, and then he'd have to spray bottle me, and then maybe I'd just end up going for the original bit.
No, Dreaming Current Kai would have been really, really fun to see. Also, JMR, that is an awesome question. We actually answered it right at the start of the stream, so the VOD will be up after if you want to see our answers for it. And we'll also have all the questions, answers posted in the Discord afterwards. So you will be able to see it there.
I will say I tried to convince Cinna that Kai should have today's shy look, but I got vetoed. I still understand why.
Wait, you did? Wait, I genuinely don't remember this. Oh gosh.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'm so.
No, that was just the running joke. Is that I suggest something that doesn't make sense.
I was like, what? I was like, wait, when did this happen? Also, yeah, no worries. We talked quite a bit about it.
You're making a joke, but unironically, today's shy look Kai does kind of go hard.
Wait, no, I
You
see
would
it.
spread misinformation.
I see it. You cooked.
Yeah, you actually did cook. You could have absolutely just like passed that off as like we are all fools and you came up with the most big brain idea and we just ignored you.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we all
The only
proved it.
issue is that today's shy look is ugly and doesn't have giant paws.
Well,
Well, Kai's really
Winnable.
hot, so it like balanced it out.
Yeah.
That's true, but like you wear like a mask that doesn't show your face.
No, I wouldn't get my beautiful perk. Ah,
Well,
No.
well, isn't that only if you have the gift too?
That's
Yeah, it's
true.
only the gift. It only need the gift.
okay, swag. Anyway, sorry to sidetrack.
No, you're good. Today's Shy Look Kai is living in my head now. So our next question is for the characters again. And it's regarding fixers, which I know some of the characters feel very, very strongly about. And this one is and this one's also from space. If you could fight any of the canon color fixers, who would you choose to fight and why? And you can also include non-canon color fixers as well if you'd like.
Gotcha. So I should at this point explain something to our fans. So there are 5 of us, and so imagine a graph. So there's like a graph; it scales up to 100. So this is like Project Moon knowledge. So Prior and Sinner are both like very high. They're like at the like 90 range. Sort of like interchanges upon every now and then on which one knows more. Then Merru is kind of like up there as well, so you're like on that 70-80 range. And then you have me, and so now the graph is lowering, and it's still going. It's still going. No, it's still going. It's still around that 20 range. That's me. So I don't know if this. I'm gonna say I think Mix would puff up their chest and be like, I can take on the Indigo Elder, and then like one of the others would be like in a fight, right? And then Mix would like nod and be like in a fight, right? And it'd be the same with the Red Mist. It'd be the same with the Red Gaze. Anybody, they'd all ask in a fight, right? And Mix would just give that like smile and nod, and then it'd be like in a fight, right?
Thank you, Mix. Thank you. In my head, I was expecting that. I was expecting
for the
that,
fans.
and I was bracing myself.
Oh,
I think
broken the goat.
the goat cannot be broken because he is the goat. Excuse you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm always in your corner.
How about you, Merru?
So Merru fighting color fixers. How would he say it? I mean, I wouldn't want to fight any color fixers because I would obviously lose. As I am now, at least. But if I had to pick, it'd obviously be the Red Mist. I mean, of course, she's the best fixer there ever was. So if we don't have to fight to the death, I mean, it would be an honor to be seen as good enough to have a fight with her. But if it's a fight to the death, and I had to choose, I'm not taking the idea of the Indigo Elder that was just said, but I would fight the Indigo Elder, not because he's old, not entirely, but he fights on water, right? So if I fight him off the water and I can dodge, maybe I could stand a chance. I mean, probably not, but maybe. I don't know. The real answer is I just would rather not have the fight at all. I don't like having fights that I won't win. I try to avoid those.
So why do you argue with me?
Because I'd win. Next question.
Not everyone can be a big fish.
Well, I think that my own answer. Well, if the question is if you could fight any of the color fixers, my reaction would be, no thank you. None. I can't. I could. Absolutely. Choosing not to. I worked very hard as a big brother to keep my profile low, so I would not be hunted to the ends of the earth by the gnats and pests that call themselves fixers. But even then, I rightfully did so because I understand the weight that a high threat rating carries. You become a trophy to take down. And despite it all, I still ended up trading blows with a single color back in my district. Needless to say, she taught me I was right to avoid such conflicts. I would have said then that it was the only fight I truly, definitively lost. Though I am alive and she is dead now, so really who's to say who? No, she beat me. I respect her strength enough to not try and rewrite history.
Yeah, you did win the war. April's right.
Wow.
What about Kai?
As much as I enjoy a good spar, I do think that I would avoid a color fixer. I don't like dying. I would like to avoid dying. I would rather fight someone on or below my level than someone that I feel could kill me at a moment's notice, you know? Though nothing could stop me from getting in the fray if it was, you know, me or someone that I cared about. Then I would happily lay my life on the line. There is no color fixer I would willingly be like, oh yeah, it would be so fun to have my organs ripped out by this person, because I'm not on that level, and I know I'm not on that level, and I don't think I'm at my fighting prime either.
You don't think you could take the Indigo Elder?
In a fight? No. Otherwise?
You and me.
Next question!
We both got him.
This is for all of you. Well, it's either as characters or as players, whatever you all would prefer. But if the character or player could pick a corp to live in, which one would they choose to live in?
So the same problem as before. So, I think all of the corps suck, which is kind of the point of the city. So it'd kind of be miserable no matter what. So I guess my answer would be K-Core, because that's like the one I know the most about. That's about it.
Kate would be happy to hear that.
I would. Who?
Oh, I said Kate would be happy to hear that.
Oh, that's real. And I think Mix, if Mix had to answer this, Mix would probably give an actual answer because they know more about the city than I do. I think, you know what, I'll just guess that I could be wrong. You know, we'll say Mix says W Core.
Well, hey, that doesn't say the backstreet.
That's true. That's true.
You know, as far as Mix the character would be aware, W Corp sounds like a lovely place. If you're not on the backstreet.
I think Mix is all about that warp cleanup crew drip. I am. They all look awesome. Come on, black and blue is a classic combo.
You're just doing it for the drip?
Yes.
Do you know what goes on in the warp trains?
You've told me, yes.
Okay, just making sure. How about you, Merru? How about you?
I'm just gonna answer in character, not out of character, because out of character, I don't know. But in character, Merru would say, I mean, any of them besides District 23. Well, I mean, the Great Lake sucked, even if the beach wasn't bad, so not District 21 either. Or District 10. I mean, honestly, if we hadn't forever ruined our relationship with K-Core, I'd say District 11. As long as I can stay far away from Cowl. I mean, I doubt I have the skills needed to work for K-Core. But the nest itself wasn't that bad. The chicken was cheap, so I appreciated that much. So.
Unit in my head is letting me know that Merru absolutely does not have the skills to work for K-Core. I just need you all to know
Well,
that.
Unit didn't have to specify.
Just felt that was important.
That's real.
Thanks.
No problem.
Prior, I will answer as myself, not as my character, to break the mold a little bit. If I'm able to actually practice my legitimate career, if I like get transport to the city, I'm like, oh, the fundamental accounting principles are actually the same in the city as they are in Canada. I would actually probably say J-Corp. Just because like I'm not big into gambling. But you know, I enjoy it as as a hobby. I'm one of those people who like walks into a casino with $20 and like if I spend $20, I'm like, all right, that's enough for tonight. And in a gold rush, it's the guy running the saloon who gets rich. Doing accounting for like a casino is good money because they have complicated books, they need their own in-house team, and if you're not the idiot who tries to steal from them, you can make actually quite good money.
Oh shit. Honestly, that's a solid answer. I'm gonna be real. J-Corp hasn't seemed as bad as the other corps too, from what we've seen of it. That's a smart answer. That's a very smart answer. How about you, Kai? Either for your character, you, both, whatever you want to answer as.
I do not know enough about the city to say out of character. However, I want to make sure that I'm not bad at counting. District 16 would be P-Core, right?
Yes.
Okay. In an ideal world for Kai, he probably would have stayed there.
Oh.
Though it was a relatively short period of time that he was in the area, it was probably the most comfort that he had once he got used to how things were, before that comfort was ripped away from him. But for like the year and a half-ish that he was there and things were good, they were nice. Though he never would have met Prior or the others, and, none of this would have happened, which obviously makes current Kai pretty sad, but,
Aww.
You take the good and the bad. Past Kai would have stayed in District 16 had things not gone awry. Awry.
Yes.
That is not how you say that word. I read too much.
No, I was trying to figure out what that word was, and then I realized, nothing bad ever happened in District 16 in all of Project Moon's games, so Kai would have been fine, I'm sure.
No, yeah, for sure. Don't worry. He would have been chill with dying if it was in District 16.
Also, thank you so much, Gas. Thank you. All right, and next up we have from space for each of the characters with knowledge from beyond the fourth wall. If you could choose one abnormality to be retroactively in your department, which would you go for? Basically, any abnormality that isn't in your department that you would have liked to have in your department.
I think Mix is like, well, if I had well cheers in my department, all my problems are solved. No, I'm kidding.
That's a real answer. You're so real for that, honestly.
No, that is real.
No, Mix is definitely jealous about, because who has well cheers?
Prior.
Prior, yeah, Mix is
Prior has the
jealous.
most cheers.
Like Mix sneaks in there like a lot, and Prior gets upset about it. I think Mix with fourth wall knowledge, it's tough because they already have to deal with so much. So I think if they were to add a abnormality that isn't already there, I think Mix would say
Oh, thank you for the follow,
Maybe.
Luciano. Thank you. Oh, sorry, please continue, Mix.
Maybe I guess La Luna.
Ooh.
La Luna? Another ball?
Well, I like piano.
It is some sick gear.
That too, as a player, it has sick gear, but you know.
Spoil my later answers, guys. You always spoil my later answers.
Your answer?
And later on.
Oh my gosh!
Don't spoil.
Also, Merru, they believe in you that you can beat the Indigo Elder. You won. You won the poll. They believe you can take him in a fight.
Never doubted myself for a second.
So clearly, I should have the Indigo Elder show up, right, managers?
That's the right sound to make.
Do
Yes.
it, you won't.
Yes, on our side because I won the fight.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we're
but
gonna
yeah.
hold a
Battle.
cold open next session with the Indigo Elder dead on the ground and Prior going, "Wow,
Real.
Merru, you
Real.
killed the real Indigo Elder," and then like.
It wouldn't kill the guy.
Merru like blowing like the smoke
would
off
kill
the top
the
of the gun. Like,
Wait, I have magic bullet. I would kill the guy on.
all
Yeah.
in a day's work. Like,
Exactly. But yeah, TLDR La Luna, cause you know what? We love a piano instructor. Smile.
You're real.
You're real. You're real. All of you in La Luna breaches, but you're real.
Yeah, but I did learn how to play better than Beethoven, so like, is it worth it? Yes.
As for Merru, I mean, notes from a crazed researcher. Duh. I mean, who wouldn't want it? You just hand it to an agent working with naked nests, and the rates of the infections would go showdown. Same with working with that damn baby, or any of the Vaz. And plus, I mean, all of the departments would want that tool. And if I had it, then they'd have to, what's the word? Is it appease? That one. They'd have to, thank you. They'd have to appease me, if they wanted to borrow the notes. So I would want to have it. So they would have to do things for me to make their job easier. It's simple. It's a great plan.
You want the Please, Prior.
Flawless. No, just absolute flawless, heartfelt, heartwarming generosity from Department Head Merru.
I don't ask for much.
Yeah, you do.
I'm practicing mindfulness right now.
No, you're not.
Well, I will say my answer is if I could retroactively have had an abnormality in my department, considering that my department was often without a tool for the majority of its time, though I suppose it was put to good use.
I am
against
sorry
me.
about that. Again,
Oh, it's
Prior.
It's fine, Ange. It's fine. I appreciate it nonetheless that you think to apologize. But I suppose if I were to think of a tool to have instead, as disgusting as it is, I would go with Flesh Idol. Both with my old and with our new safety protocols, and Ange firmly on our side, the risk of failure would be all but impossible with a dedicated failsafe team. It would be nothing but a benefit to our facility and our defensive capabilities in the event of anything that would happen, especially considering the fact that due to my training, I don't have to worry about micromanaging my agents for staying in there too long.
Ooh. Flesh Idol's a really cool answer. Also, that does fit prior to, I feel.
Give a little prayer. Think about flesh. Heal sanity.
Flesh Idol would have gone hard in his department, honestly, thinking back on it. Oh, Kai, what would you choose?
When I saw this question, when you had written it out, I was like, I don't know enough abnormalities for this, and I went on the wiki so hard. Basically looking up, like, ones that would be helpful, but then it was just a bunch of people being like, you can just kill off your agents and it'll produce a whole bunch of awesome boxes for your benefit. And I was like, that's not what I want, but I think Melting Love.
Oh.
Ooh.
I don't know. I like a charmer. It's not, you know, I mean, she's obviously adorable, but it's not like the looks. I just feel that her capabilities could prove useful, in some ways. I mean, even if other people die, I don't know. I think my department has some pretty scary abnormalities, and I think Melting Love would almost be like a welcome break. You know, except for when she's breaching and everyone, and people like explode.
It's not even just a breaching.
And when people get like a little slime ball and they explode and turn pink or whatever. Don't worry about it.
I think I have to worry about it.
No. She's really pretty. So you shouldn't worry about it. And Pota's so cute, so you don't have to worry about him either. I need more little cuties.
There's so many other choices.
I need more cuties in my department, and I think Melting Love fits into that category.
Okay.
Even when she's breaching, she's adorable.
Certainly a choice. Thank you for the hydrate, April. I think calling Melting Love a welcome break really got me. And everyone in chat.
She's beautiful. Imagine looking at her after a long day of looking at all those other uglies.
Oh my gosh.
No, I think
you get a little gift.
Cooking.
And then you get a little gift from her, and it's a cute little slime ball. And you're like, OMG, this abnormality is so sweet.
Are wrong answers, and you just answered it, Kai.
Awesome.
That's wonderful. No, I think Kai's real for that. I think beautiful abnormalities should have rights.
Yeah.
Real.
We
like ready.
You should. Yeah, I think the next one you should get is Grave with the Cherry Blossoms.
Let me make sure that one's pretty too, in my opinion.
It's a cherry blossom tree.
Yeah, it's a cherry blossom tree. Go rest under it,
I want something kind of delicious, though.
Okay.
You know, delectable.
Sorry, I offered.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Merru. I'm sure that's very helpful.
And this is the last general question here from space that we have. Before we get to Sky's general questions, if the managers ever met them, who would their favorite Sephirah be? And before we begin, I want to let you all know a fun fact. Back during the one-shot, I did write up thoughts of what the Sephirah felt about the managers. Yeah, I don't know where those thoughts are. They're like buried somewhere, like and hidden. So I'd have to go like searching for them at some point. But I did actually write up thoughts of the Sephirah and how they would feel about each of the managers. But yes, managers, if you have any thoughts on the Sephirah.
Oh, gee.
Bina. No,
Mix would like Bina?
No, they definitely would not. No, that's tough, honestly. I think sort of you have man. I think Mix would be fine with most of them. Honestly, the one they would get along the most with would probably be oof.
Need a bit to think about it, or?
Oh man, it's been a while since I've seen the LabCorp cast. No, I got an answer for you. I think the more I think about it, I think their favorite Sephirah would be Kabura, because Kabura is hot. No, I'm sorry. No, the actual answer is probably Netsec.
Ooh.
I think Netsec is a complicated character, but a lot of his sort of sorrows are things that Mix could appreciate. I won't say too much because, spoilers. I don't want to spoil anybody on like his whole shtick, his whole arc. But I think Netsack would sort of be someone that Mix could appreciate and even make a connection with. That being said, there is also the possibility of someone like Malkuth. Although Malkuth would be more of like a comedic kind of like lighthearted thing. I don't know if they could bond on a deeper level. But there you go.
Ooh, I like those answers. Both Netsec and Malkuth are really cute. And welcome in Mystery and Glitch. And Merru, what would your answer be for your favorite Sephirah?
I'm gonna be honest. This is one of the questions. I thought about a lot of these questions ahead of time, just because I sometimes can be a little bad at answering questions like these on the spot. This is one of the questions I did not have time to get to.
Oh, you're good. If you don't have an answer, no worries. Or if you
it's
have
not that I don't have an answer. It's just I don't really have a well thought out answer. So off the top of my head, I would not say Gabura. I would probably say Yasad. I don't know. I feel like they would not get along in the sense that like Merru would like Yasad necessarily, but I think that Merru would. I could see him respecting Yasad. So super quick answer. That's just the first thing I could think of. But if it's not Yasad, it might be Gabura.
Gabura is really cool. And thank you for the hydrated posture check, Zombie. But no, I see both of those. I'm curious what Prior's answer would be.
Well, Prior, all right, who? I also had to think about this one a little bit. Well, having reviewed everything I know, the Sephirah, they all seem terribly incompetent and uncaring, and frankly, I feel I'd be loath to get along with any of them.
Oh, yeah.
Except for Hod. She seems an exceptional leader. She has taken on the great weight of protecting her employees, even when they've given up on themselves and their own lives. People concern themselves too often with if a desire is selfish or selfless. She wishes to be a good person and act the part. What more could they ask of her? And who cares why? We all have our past sins we carry with us. She has decided to move on a road, regardless of the misery it may bring her. She and I walk a similar road in many ways. I can't say if she deserves forgiveness, but I can find it within my heart to forgive her.
Aww. Wait, that's really sweet, honestly. I like the idea of Hod and Prior, like friendships. That would be cute.
Yes, I think they get along.
I could see it. I could definitely see Hod being like envious, possibly at first, of how well Prior's clerks get along with him compared to her own. But I feel like, especially if, like, you know, Prior being encouraging of her, I could see Hod warming up to that. Aw. Oh boy, there's a lot of problems baked into that response. Oh, don't worry about those, JMR. Don't worry about how worrying it might be, April.
There's never anything to worry about.
Yeah, no, Peepaw's fine, everyone. Peepaw's
Peepaw's
fine.
doing great. Peepaw's never had a problem with anything in his entire life, according to his clerks.
Exactly. And Kai, what would your answer be?
If Kai were to meet one of the Sephirah, gosh, I think Chesed seems he feels a little bit familiar, similar to not necessarily the Prior that I've always known, but at least on the surface similar enough to the current one. I think I feel I could mess around with him. I think it would be a fun dynamic for me at the very least. I like a tired man, you know. I like a guy with bags under his eyes that always needs a cup of coffee, and seems stressed all the time. It's very charming. It's very alluring as character traits. And they're very alluring character traits. And I don't know, he dresses dorky, and I think it would be a good time poking fun at him for all of those qualities, while enjoying my company or enjoying his company.
I love that. I need to see Kai interact with Chesed now. We love tired old men.
Yeah, and to give Prior a little break, I guess.
Prior sitting at his desk being like, I've gotten 5 minutes of work done.
There's no blonde twink here.
Checks under his desk for the third time.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
You would know.
He would. And this next one here is from Sky. I actually moved the next question down to the spoilers because I realized something about one of the questions. So this one is, you are compelled to tell us the funniest sin you've ever told one sin. There we go. Fixing up the text so it fits. One sin and hundreds of good deeds.
The funniest sin.
The funniest sin. Yes. Not the worst sin, which was what it was originally.
Yeah. The funniest sin.
It was originally what was the worst sin, but
oof, that's a question you'll have to get back to me.
Oh, no worries. I'll also let you all know, the worst sin actually is something that would spoil stuff later down the line in the later acts. There is another question that did get moved, though, to the spoiler section. Merru, what's your funniest sin?
I have never once been assigned to work with that stupid skull. I have never listened to Mr. Pryor's request for me to work with it, and I have no intentions on ever stepping foot in the unit. Pass.
And that leaves it to me. I was hoping someone else would have taken me up on my offer so I'd have a chance to at least have some camaraderie in my confession. Some sins should stay between me and an old friend, I suppose. But if compelled, I suppose I did once get the clerks from the information team to help me doctor some footage of one sin breaching containment, and then broadcast it over the emergency network along with the third trumpet sound. I personally found it very funny. Reddy did not when they contracted her to hunt down one sin, and we had to suppress her when she realized her target didn't exist. No one was seriously injured. I had my best agents on standby just in case something went wrong. But it was a little much, and our department did have to push extra hard to make up the ink and felon loss. It was still really funny.
I, for one, did not find it amusing, Manager Pryor.
I mean... You never emoted on those screens, Ange, but even I could see that you were taken aback when you first saw the footage.
I of course knew that it was fake. That is all. I go next.
Pryor has encouraged all of us to talk to one sin on multiple occasions. Though the horrifying monster he described to me that I would be seeing wasn't what I saw at first. Just kind of looked like a floating Jesus skull. I don't know. I told him about some of the dumb stuff that I used to do for Ankafelon, outside of the obviously morally incorrect stuff that I can tell on paper is bad, but I don't feel one way or another about. I definitely did some dumb shit at parties. I don't know how explicit I can get, so I will not. But I'm sure the others know one incident that I might refer to at some point.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Good.
Thank you for keeping my secret safe, Merru.
Of course.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. It might get revealed later.
Alright,
And next question for all of you.
wait, I need to
Yeah.
answer it.
Oh my gosh, wait, we had to come back around to you. Thank you. Yes, please, go Mix.
Okay, have the others left? Okay, they have. Okay. Guys, that motherfucker once in his breached. I've seen him breach. He breached. He went down the hallway. It was just me. I saw him. He did a spin and then he grinned at me and he did the da 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 and I was like, what the hell's going on? So everybody's calling me crazy, saying no way he didn't breach. All of that. I'm not crazy, okay? I'm not. That being said, as a player, no, I don't. I couldn't think of anything funnier, any funny stories. I'm sure Mix has told maybe one or two, but
Manager Mix, please stop spreading propaganda that one sin is a breaching abnormality.
It's what they don't. They don't want you to know this. Big Lop Court doesn't want you to know this, but one Sid keeps preaching.
Why does it sound like Mix is doing like a big cigar of Inkenfell and just like
No, seriously, you sound like a chain smoker.
The AIs don't want you to know this.
doesn't want you to know this, but
Big L Corp doesn't want you to know this, but the singularities and the containment rooms
hey,
are
I'm
free.
walking
You can take as many as you want.
exactly. All right.
Oh my gosh.
The head
Real.
doesn't want you to know the squirrels in the park are free. I have 368 squirrels.
Third squirrel! Oh my gosh. Prior with a bunch of squirrels. The next one is very long when it showed up, but so I'm just not gonna put this question up right on the screen, but it says, breaking the fourth wall, what do you think about the absolutely stunning and amazing goat person? That's very sweet. Thank you, Sky. Who is controlling every aspect of your lives like pawns on a board.
I didn't know you wrote these questions yourself. I mean, I'm really glad that you have all that self-confidence.
Yeah, wow.
You do describe yourself as such rather often to me.
Yeah. Very frequently. In fact, just right before we go live every session, this is Cinna absolutely comes just like into the chat and is like, all right, I don't want any of you to mess this up for me. I know I'm amazing and awesome, and if any of you drag me down, I will execute you live on stream.
Yeah, when he met me, he was actually like, hey, I think it's really nice that you're a fan or whatever, but it's kind of weird that you would go out of your way to, like, hang out with me. We aren't even really friends, like...
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was kind of weird. I think you were invading personal space.
Oh my
He
god!
Kind of showed up, like, in his walls, and I thought that was a little weird.
It's true, Kai broke into my house.
Yeah, I was in his apartment. I did steal one of his rats, and I replaced it, and he did not notice.
Wait, what?
What? Who said that? Whoa.
My rats.
There was interference on the mic. I don't know what that was.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I hope my rats are okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm now
Merru,
looking
please.
over at them. Yes, please, Mix. But yes, what are if you are ready to answer this, you need a moment to think about.
Absolutely. No, I got it. So I guess they get fourth wall knowledge of all this. So I guess Mix. I think Mix looks at you, Senna.
Oh God. I'm so sorry. You all can be as mean as you want.
Okay, so I understand that there are like there are reasons that you are the way that you are. And I get it. I also think you've kind of made my life a living hell.
Yeah.
I don't like you.
Oh,
I don't
fair.
like Mix.
Well, that's going a bit too far.
The fact that both of you have sort of like plotted to make me have the worst. Also, I think it's kind of like mortifying that you parade us as puppets in front of chat. I think that's kind of like, I mean, come on now. Like, I don't think I haven't seen like the like all the shipping stuff. That's like what am I supposed to do about this? All in all, I'm not fond of you.
That's fair. That's fair.
I wish you would just like give me an easier time.
But that's not going to happen. But
see, this is why. Well, now that I have fourth wall knowledge, I'm going to make it my life's mission to ruin this for you.
Oh.
I am now living. I'm abandoning this corporation, and I will now become a street food vendor. I will be selling hot dogs and Welchers.
All right. Well, if you try to do that, I'll find a way.
You'll find a way to what?
I'll find a way to. Just so you know, Mix, all of chat wants you to either kiss Yuna and or Ange. I just need you to know that.
So, I feel like I cannot speak on the Yuna stuff. because I've been told that that's a future question. I will speak to the Ange stuff. Ange does not have a body. And furthermore, I would only do it if she consented.
That means you would.
Yeah, of course.
You're wanting.
Have you seen Ange? Ange is hot, dude. Like, also, by the way, Merru, Kai, and Pryor, like the players that puppet us, don't think I don't see what you motherfuckers do to my colleagues. I do not appreciate you guys either. Do not like seriously, like that shit's fucked up. All right, like Pryor, I think Pryor needs a break. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, Merru. Can you let Merru be happy? Like, come on, like he needs like some joy and whimsy in his life. And Kai, yeah, you're doing all right, actually. But anyway.
Now get back in the box, Mix. You will forget.
Mix's thoughts.
You will forget everything. You will forget everything. Exactly. There's no breaks for him. None at all.
Exactly. I would just to repeat, Mix. I do not endorse Mix's views. I love all of my friends. I think they're amazing and wonderful.
We love you. We love you too. Don't worry. Have your minis be as mean as you want to be. I will not be hurt. I will actually take pride in their hatred of me. Which I'm actually very scared for, considering Merru's up next. I know how he is.
No, it's okay. It's alright. Of Merru, he gets the breaking the fourth wall moment. How would he act? Honestly, he'd probably just kind of be like, so, you are meaning to tell me that everything I've been doing is all run by you?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I'm the one DMing it, but like,
yes.
I mean,
it's not me, though.
Oh, no, it's not you. You're not even being played by yourself. No.
See, do you think I'm stupid? Because I'm not gullible. Like, that's just not real. That's a lie. That's not real because I'm talking right now.
Okay, I'll let you believe that then. But yes, everything's controlled by me. Don't worry about it, Merru.
That doesn't make, but that just doesn't make sense, because that would mean that you purposefully ruined my life and are continuing to ruin it, and you're laughing.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I enjoyed a little too much putting you on the wheel. I'll make you a hydrate zombie. It was a little fun. I'm sorry, Merru. Not that sorry, but I'm a little sorry.
That was fun?
Like a bit.
How was that fun?
Well, like, we got to spin the wheel. Like, listen, chat helped spin the wheel too, okay? So, like, everyone who was there also did so. It was a group effort. It was a... I kind of feel like the asshole now. I feel like a bad person, everyone.
Because you are.
I know, that's fair, that's fair.
You know what? If you do control it, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, what's your suggestion?
I think the next person who should be put on a wheel is you.
Okay.
Does the person who, I guess apparently, because I don't control myself, who controls me, can you make a little poll, put yourself on a wheel, and have points to spin you around as many times as possible? Is that a thing you can do?
To spin me around?
Yeah.
Alright, well,
yeah.
I'll make them. I don't have a little spin for myself, but I'll make a poll if I should be put on a wheel, just for you, Merru. just for you. There we go. Put Cinna on the wheel, okay? Okay, are you happy?
No, I'm not happy, but
There you go. It's been made. It's been done. You know there's even an art piece of it, of you spinning on the wheel.
what?
Being spun around. Yeah.
Who would do that?
By the way, Merru, to blow your mind, there's like a cyber version of you.
What does that even mean?
Um,
No, I'm not gullible. This is not real.
no, you should meet him. He's pretty chill. We give him head pats.
I'm done with this conversation. This isn't real.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not.
go back. You go back. This isn't real. This isn't real. Okay, Merru, don't worry. Oh, so why are there 114 votes for putting me on the wheel? This is your fault, Merru. Just saying. Just saying.
Good. Know what it's like to be me.
I will. I will. And rest well, Tev. All right, Prior. I'm scared too of what Prior's gonna say now.
All right, so Prior has his break the fourth wall moment. You know, everything kind of zooms out. He gets that awareness, and he sees Cinna, master of puppets, architect of all actions, and has a vague awareness of how orchestrated everything is.
Hi, Prior.
Oh,
Are you upset too?
I don't see why I would be.
Oh.
I mean, what are you doing that's wrong? You are living according to your nature. It is the thrust of your existence to exert control. I mean, does one get angry at the sun for burning them? Does one get mad at the rain for pouring down on the ground?
Yes.
Some things simply are, well, I guess you can, but I just never see much use in it. I mean, I think the same of your control over me as the Index's claims that all my actions are meaningless. I was set upon a road I travel because I desire what lies at its end. I could care less if it was prophesized, preordained, destiny, or as your puppet. I will not stray from my destination because I wish truly to see what lies at its end. And for you, it is much the same. I acknowledge your existence. I thank you for allowing me to exist. And I will continue as I always have, as if I never knew you existed.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you'll continue on. I'm excited to see where you go, Prior.
I hope that there's something worthwhile at the end, but I really don't care what answer you give me if you give me one at all, because until I see it with my own two eyes and grasp it with my heart, who cares if it is or will not come to pass?
That's a good thing to feel, I think. And I can't say, but I hope that it will be worthwhile in the end.
Good luck to you.
And to you as well.
I'll need it.
Oh, you will. Sorry, you didn't hear that. Goodbye, Prior.
In a puff of smoke. I do see in chat why Prior would not get upset, and for Prior, I mean, again, it's if Cinna truly is a being that to us are but fictional caricatures on a screen, what use would getting upset do? I mean, it's it's like trying to convince an ant that it committed tax fraud. There are concepts. The emotional pain that Pryor knows he feels to this creature is lines and scripts on a page. If he is to feel emotions of misery or sorrow, the creature he is speaking to will not understand them, not in the same way that he does. So at that point, you know, he's clearly not directing his emotions at anywhere that they will go.
Man, I really like his take on things. I do hope it will be worthwhile in the end. I hope he likes where he ends up. I hope they all do. I'm so cruel to them. I'm dying!
We will be dying, actually, next session. And he's not coming back. It's permadeath. Forget the whole thing that you guys just saw. That doesn't happen a second time.
Oh my gosh. Also, 209 votes to put me on the wheel. I saw a certain Merru contributed 13k of those.
That wasn't me. That was the other guy.
That wasn't him,
me.
dude.
That was
No.
the other guy?
That was
There's
the
another
other guy.
Merru. No, you know how, like, there's another Kai that sometimes pops up in your streams?
No. I mean, that was Manager Merru. His last hurrah before he got put into the box. That was him. That wasn't me. I need you to know this as your dear friend.
I believe you.
That wasn't me. I would never put you on the wheel and spin you around 5 times, and then you get a little dizzy, and then I'll spin you the other way around 7 times.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
That's so funny. That's so funny. And Kai, how about for you?
I think you're like God, right? Like,
I mean,
you're our little puppet master.
I mean, I guess technically speaking.
When Kai looks up and he sees a giant version of what in his mind must be like a 5'5" goat
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
He's probably like, God is a cruel and beautiful whatever the male version of mistress is. I'm not saying master. I just did. I was never a religious person, but it's weird to think that my entire life was predetermined by a pink-haired twink. And he has full fourth wall. Like, he can. I like the shipping stuff. Personally,
You do?
just wanted to say that to you. Yeah.
I'm glad you do. I'm glad you. Do you have a favorite?
I am not into some of the managers or people that I have seen, but I can appreciate the abstractness of it. Of course, you know, I'd love to see this stuff with Pryor, but I don't know. I think there's some fun to be had really with all of them. I consider Merru a very close friend, and I would never look at him in that light unless he wanted me to. But he doesn't. But I do like the cute art of them. It's, you know, I think friendship is magic, and sometimes friendship is kissing, even if that is not what the Merru that I know would do. I'm glad that there's an alternate universe that you also like, where that is the case.
Thank you. I do. I think you and Merru are very cute. I need you to know, Kai, people are saying you should go and fumble Pryor so that Ange could take him.
I am trying to move on from that already, but it's really hard when I am constantly being reminded that I fumbled him.
I'm sorry,
Actually, no, that makes me think. Could you bring back my hot ex-girlfriend, now that you've made me try getting over Pryor since, you know, you're God or whatever? Since that's the path that you put me on? Yeah, can you bring Precious back? I know that we went on a little date. I said no to staying with her. I'm not saying that I would leave the managers at this point, but, like, if you know, end of campaign or whatever, end of this journey, I don't know what the... Could you just just like, I'll heal or whatever the journey that I'm on right now that you're making me take, this stupid, painful journey where I have to get over this hot old man that I have to be around all the time, and he keeps putting his arm around my shoulder. Was that you too?
That wasn't me. That
wasn't
him.
you?
That was the one controlling him. They're all here too. You can say hi to them.
What the fuck was that about?
No comment.
You are a sick and twisted man. I bet you're not even as hot as Prior. Yeah.
No, objectively true.
No.
Objectively true.
I said it.
No.
No.
Listen, you have to understand.
Man.
I didn't make Prior to be hot, but whoever controls you, Kai, it was very distressing. Just every decision I made to try and make him less hot, I just got a nice back in response.
Well,
Kai,
I mean,
think-
I know Prior, and there has not been a moment where I've thought that he wasn't being hot, so I would agree with him.
I think, Kai, you should practice mindfulness like Merru. You should.
I think
Be
Kai's being very
kind.
mindful.
I think I'm being so mindful right now, and I don't even fucking know you, so, like...
Well, I know the person who controls you very well.
Okay, anyway, moving on.
Uh-huh.
Moving on. I would like you, Mr. God DM, could you encourage, if there's shipping of Prior and Ange or whatever, I assume that you have some control over what the audience
I don't
thinks
control what they do. The audience does as they please.
Okay, then can I talk to the audience?
Yes, what would you like to say to the audience? I'm kind of
If you are,
scared.
if you are, I will watch my language. If you are 18 or older, can you please make Kai a little bit sexier, and so it's not all focused on Prior? Unless Mr. DM shoots me and kills me and God
In the
smites
box.
me right at
Back
this
in the
moment.
box
Okay, I'm
with
back in the
Kai.
box.
You're going back in the box. You're going back in the box, Kai. You're not allowed to speak anymore.
Goodbye.
That one image of everyone trying to tackle the one legislative member who's like grabbing the mic for dear life.
Kai comes to life, says we're all not as hot as our counterparts. Ask the audience, draw NSFW, and then leaves.
He's back in the box. He can't defend himself.
He's back in the box.
Oh my god, a mini comic about Ange's redemption prize forgiveness? That would be so cute. That'd be so cute. Oh, hey, he's gone. But Robin, he'd be glad to know you ship Kyer. He'd be glad to know. Oh my gosh.
That was wonderful. That was a wonderful little thought exercise. Thank you all for the question.
Thank you. Thank you all for how you played your characters.
I
Each of them were
apologize.
very different. Yeah, we're killing Precious now, everyone. Jeez,
No!
it's to punish Kai.
We're putting Precious in the box.
We
We're putting Precious
are.
on the wheel, everyone! Woo!
No. No.
No.
The player, I designed her to be delicious. How dare you ever threaten her safety?
And our next question from Sky is, do you watch live streams? If so, what's your favorite category to watch?
In character.
In character.
Mix doesn't really watch them either. I think Mix would be like, not really my thing.
That's so fair. Does Merru watch live streams?
No, I don't. But even if I wanted to, I wouldn't exactly be able to, considering that some people refuse to give me back my means of watching any form of entertainment. So it doesn't really matter if I do or not.
Rip the tablet.
Yeah.
Rip the tablet in two?
At this point, might as well.
How about you, Prior?
I had to go let the Poda aberration back in. Prior does not, but I know Birgh was a big fan of a few different. It was like a subculture thing. It was called like Big Brother POV streams. I never got much into them. I had too many things to do to ever have the time to split my attention to even listen. Running a club takes work.
Aww. Wait, I'm just picturing Birgh running up like, Dad, look at this cool video. Prior just like, not now, son. Dad's busy.
Not now, son.
Prior's actively beating the crap out of Kai. He's like, not now, Dad's busy.
Yeah, that's real.
That is accurate.
It's the not now, son, and then the boat that we were just on, not now, Dad.
Like, yeah, they are that meme. They are that meme. How about Kai?
Oh gosh. Let me just first person.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just realized there's mild spoilers there. Oh no, I'm so sorry, April. I didn't realize. I probably should have moved that to the spoiler territory. I'm very, very sorry. Please. Please answer for Kai.
You know, I should probably ask this question fourth wall breaking real quick. Mr. DM, there are like cooking streams, right? Like it's just like Twitch, like there are just all sorts of different categories. Yeah. I know there's like live streamers. Okay, great. Great.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Awesome. Then I like watching those little silent cooking streams. I don't cook like Merru or Mix sometimes, but you know, the noises are nice, and I don't really pick up on the recipes, but it's just there's no fun in watching useless acts of kindness or cruelty when I could just do that myself. But I can't cook, and I like listening to Merru cook, and he's not cooking all the time, so it's nice background noise, you know?
Aw, wait, I like that. Jack and Pierre's cooking stream. Also, thank you for the posture check. And I'm so sorry, April, that you did get spoiled on him. I will try to be more conscientious about spoilers. If I see a question coming up and I know there might be a spoiler answer, I will move that to the spoiler section. So I'm so sorry. We will do our best to avoid spoilers for you. And next question, managers, is a video, actually, we have for you all. Not an actual video, just me describing something. I'm just gonna read this. I'm shortening it here. Oh, what? Oh, oops. Here we go. Censored. Hands an uncensored videotape of Censored doing Censored through clerk censored, and censored in order to censored and censored to censored before censored is born. How do you feel about this abnormality, managers?
I think my reply would have to be censored. But
Oh, that was the sound of the drum.
Oh, that was the drum? Wait, did you play the drum?
Like the not but and then a noise.
That being said, I am going to have to make an early exit now, sadly. No. I trust my I trust my friends to, answer questions on behalf of Mix, and if anybody has any questions about Mix as a character and anything like that,
you keep them to yourself.
Let me know.
Yeah, keep them to yourself.
And I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability, because I love telling people all about their stuff. And I think it's fun and stuff like that. but I give the others full permission to say what they think. Mix would say. But yes, thank you everybody for having me. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of y'all's hair, and I hope y'all have a wonderful night.
Thank you for
you
joining
too.
us.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. But yes, and as any of you need to go at any point, no worries. We are going to try to get to as many questions as we can. We may not be able to get to all of them, but basically, as long as you all are good to go, let me know. If not at any point, no worries, because I did not expect so many, and it's so exciting to have so many. But I also know it is a lot, especially to answer on stream, and we can always answer off stream if need be. So your guys' help always comes first and foremost.
Well, Merru's simple answer to this video would just be why the fuck would you share this? That is disturbing.
My life was far better before I saw that. 1, how did you get this? 2, why did you get this? 3, why did you show me this? I'm putting you on 1 sin duty for 6 days, 1 for each eye I'm now gonna have to wash out. Yes, that includes gays. Disgusting. Glad it's not in our facility. Go speak with the giant floating skull and confess your sins.
Oh my gosh. Poor Prior. I like the once in duty. And Kai, your thoughts on?
Man. Sorry, I'm just See, I understand that censored is an abnormality. However, I did see this question and assume that it was going in a different direction.
Oh no, it's an abnormality. It's a cognito hazard.
Yeah. No, I've seen the version of it where it just says true a bunch of times.
Oh my gosh.
I feel that he would sit in quiet solitude for a little bit, and ask where you would procure such a... Could you describe this as like a snuff film?
It
like a violent...
It's very
Okay.
violent. It's probably censored is one of the abnormalities of all time.
Yeah. He would probably ask where one would procure such a snuff film in a facility like this. And Friar's little punishment should be good enough. Kai's going to go have a quiet sit down and journal about this later.
Poor Kai. I feel very bad for him. And up next, for all managers except Prior, so for Merru and Kai, for how much on minimum would you be willing to punch Prior in the face for? So sorry, you don't get to answer this one, Prior.
I think he would.
I might do that shit for free if he pissed me off enough. I'd make sure to sock him with my left hand specifically. I'm sure that's not surprising. So I think the real question should be how much on maximum are you willing to pay me to do it unprompted? Because I need on. So we can negotiate. Just give me a number, you know? He owes me a lot. That's all.
Oh my gosh. Poor Prior. How about you, Kai?
I don't know that there's ever going to be a point in which I could be paid a sum of money to punch Pryor in the face. I'm sorry, that's boring.
Boring.
That's, even if, like, I like him punching me in the face, and I feel like changing that dynamic up, even if he hasn't done it in a while, would be really weird. And also, I think I might feel bad because, like, I wouldn't want to punch any of my fellow managers in the face at this point, probably.
Think of the on.
Merru, I would feel so horrible punching you in the face.
What? I would feel horrible if you didn't punch me in the face for a million on.
But like,
Just
what
saying.
if my paw was so big and your eye glitched out and then you were in pain and then I felt bad? And that would be a really tough pill to swallow because I've never felt bad about hurting someone before.
Okay.
And I don't want to start doing that now.
Okay.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you.
It's okay.
I don't know if Pryor had any thoughts on that question, but
The mighty have fallen. They're bidding on me.
And these next questions are from Jonathan Dale. What are your favorite pastimes?
I mean, I don't indulge in pastimes really. I mean, the more I let myself do silly things for fun, the harder it would be to stay a good worker. But I mean, I guess if I do have a moment, meal prepping can be like weirdly relaxing and it's helpful. So it's something I can do that isn't my job that still helps with my job. So I guess if I had to say anything, it would be that.
That's a good answer.
Thanks.
I mean, for myself, favorite is a strong word. I get an intense satisfaction from being able to hear about the pastimes of my employees, especially those they're able to enjoy due to the extra work and time I'm able to put in to minimize their workload. It's not quite a vicarious feeling, but it's the closest I've gotten in a while.
Aww. Well, Pryor, he doesn't have any pastime of his own.
I mean, he's seeking atonement a pastime? I don't know.
Aww. And what about Kai?
Kai's favorite pastime. Kai does a few things when he isn't being a manager or beating up whatever obstacle is in their way, but I don't know that he derives a whole lot of joy from most of them. What he really loves is bothering the people around him, whether it's actually bothering them or not. I think he just likes socializing. I think he has a deep craving for community and belonging, and Merru will listen to him talk his ear off. Even if it seems like he's not really in the mood, he seems to have a lot more patience for Kai than for some of the others, and he does take advantage of that.
Aww.
That's true.
I love their friendship. I always love seeing how the managers' relationships were from like day one and how they are now.
Yeah.
And this is a I guess this one was already answered actually. So I'm not just gonna put it up, but it was basically a question of if you had to pick what organization you would choose to work for if you were in the Project Moon universe. Which I feel like we kind of already answered with Corp. So I guess if anyone had a different answer, for this at all, But
I think I said, like, out of character, like me, ham pang pang, because I don't like any of the corporations.
that's so fair.
Put me in ham pang pang. I'm not a chef like Merru, but I can cook.
Ham pang pang is such a funny answer. I love that.
The only one
Is
I can
there
think of.
there? I mean, there's like low-level menial jobs, right?
They're probably yeah, there definitely are in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think me and Kai share the jack of all trades, blue collar worker trope. You know, I mean, saying like lore isn't spoilers if it's like in his like official like original like background stuff, right? Where he worked before District 16, or is that?
Yeah. You mentioned in the little character profiles that he did a bunch of odd jobs. So
Yeah. I used to have Kai, like, when he was rather young, he managed to score just a job as, like, a caterer at a nest. Like, he wasn't doing anything crazy. Like, it's not like he, like, mattered at all. And he probably was making amazing money. But, like, I think he would be, like, a caterer, or a bartender, or a housekeeper, or a janitor, or a whatever. Like, I don't know that there's a specific, corp that tends to have, high turnover rates like that, but I have a feeling that if there is a corp that has a bunch of janitors in need, or it has a large need for janitors or something like that, that might be where Kai would flock to.
no, that makes sense. I can see that for sure. And Prior, I think you had mentioned that you felt like you already answered this one before.
Yep. Prior without the middle is a very different beast. And he would not willingly, despite his reservations sometimes, he would not have chosen to be a part of anything else other than the middle.
Aw. Man. I love the middle. I know there's also the question here they had asked me too. I considered K-Corp because, like, I feel like being a random low-level scientist, I could see that if I were in the nest, and K-Corp doesn't seem too horrible. Because, like, if their 70-hour work weeks are short, I don't want to see the other corp schedules. I also considered the middle because I like the middle a lot. It's just like I wouldn't want to hurt people. Like I like their drip. I like their whole brotherhood thing. But
You like their drip?
yeah, I like their chains in the purple. I like purple. I think they got cool outfits. But also I don't want to go kill some dude because he spilled soda on someone. So like, I probably wouldn't go with the middle. But, like, I'd go with it if, like, they're, like, cool with me not killing people. You're in the city, your existence hurts people. That's true. That's true. No matter what you're doing. I guess I'll go work at Ham Pang Pang with Merru.
Yes, we can be co-workers!
We
Wait!
can go workers at Ham Pang Pang.
Let's go!
Oh my gosh. But next question was from Space, and this was kiss, marry, kill for all of them, which I was very excited for, especially hearing some of your ideas that you mentioned to me.
So for this, I feel like there's a very long pause. And then Merru, he goes, easy. Marry Kai is what I would say if I was thinking about this the wrong way, because this is one of those questions that you need to think about strategically. If I said marry Kai, which would be the easiest choice, then I'd have to answer either Mix or Prior for kiss, and I don't think it'd be good for me to answer that question. So, actually, I've figured out the only correct answer. I'll kiss Kai. There are no downsides to doing that. And I feel like I wouldn't have to hide from him for 24 hours afterwards, so it's simple. And then comes the most strategic part. Remember the word strategy here, strategy. I would choose to marry Prior, and here is why. I'm pretty sure there's a saying about marriage that goes, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours, or something like that. So that means if I marry Prior, then while all of my clerks and agents become his, all of his clerks and agents also become mine, and if all his clerks are mine and all of my clerks are his, and all of Pryor's clerks respect and love Pryor so much that they would rather like keel over and die than disrespect him, what is one of the most disrespectful things that someone can do to someone else? Exactly. Disrespect their wedded partner. And because of this, if I marry Pryor, then I get double the agents and clerks. They'll all be forced to listen to and respect me instead of not heeding my warnings and getting shot in the head. It is a foolproof plan, but this unfortunately does mean that Mix has to die because a marriage between us would only make us more disliked in the facility. There's no good strategy there. No hard feelings, Mix. And that is my strategic answer. Next.
Very strategic.
Kiss Merru, marry Mix, throw myself in singing machine.
Any reasons for that, Pryor?
Do I have to give them?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Not even on the roster.
Mix is the one manager who I could be in a long-term, stable, abiding relationship. I feel Merru would shoot me if we were forced to live together domestically for a long period of time, and I have lived that life with Kai before, and I don't feel it would be healthy for either of us to only be around each other for that long a period of time, thinking in the abstract long term of what it means to marry someone. Kissing Merru is fairly easy. We have a non-offensive relationship with each other where I'm sure we could overcome any awkwardness that was caused by it. And frankly, I just couldn't see myself kissing Mix, and I feel it would be a step backwards in my relationship with Kai. As for the option to throw myself into Singing Machine is because Kai is, and has been for a very long time, a part of my life. I would call him like having an extra limb, but it's more like having a spinal cord. I can't imagine ripping out my own spinal cord and willingly doing it harm. At that point, and with that much trauma that it would cause me, I might as well just throw out the whole thing. It would be less painful.
Oh. Man. How does Kai feel hearing this?
It's one of those things where you're not allowed to get mad because it's not like a mean answer.
Oh no! Oh.
But like, fuck, he would never say this to Pryor, but in his mind, fuck you for choosing to marry Mix so much. I could live with Merru. I could live with Merru. Honestly, he's a catch. I understand that. That makes sense. That it would be easy to kiss Merru. Okay. Whatever. I would cope and seethe and mauled over that.
Who would Kai choose?
Kai would pause in the way that Merru did, for the sake of not hurting feelings, because the answers came up so quickly for him that he almost felt bad. Kiss Pryor, marry Merru, kill Mix.
You want to elaborate, Guy?
Quick with it.
Yeah, no, this was the moment he heard the question. He wasn't actually. We probably didn't even get through all of the managers' names yet. When the answer popped into my head, you were like, you know, kiss, marry, kill, Pryor, and he had the and I had the list. It was just there.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry. Kinda glad Mix isn't present right now. No, no dislike. Just, I think me and Merru, could get along, Like, I feel like we would be, I think that your partner should first and foremost be your friend. And out of everyone, especially at this point, I would say Merru is absolutely a friend. And the closest friend that I have had in a while. Though in another lifetime, there are a couple of other people that I probably would have chosen to marry, like, hypothetically, that are not in this list. Well, and prior. First, I think now the smart choice would be Merru. Prior, I get his point about the kiss setting our relationship back or whatever. It also sets it back whenever he throws his arm over my shoulder or he throws me a bone randomly. It's a little upsetting, but I think it's a learned behavior almost. I was Pavlov dogged into doing things for him whenever he was nice to me, and I think that he still does that. Which just kind of leaves Mix. I have absolutely no dislike for Mix. In fact, I consider them a friend. It's just, I think that they want a romantic relationship with someone that they marry, and I don't think I could deliver that, even if we did have something, which we don't, but if we did, I don't think that the way that I show affection is the way that Mick shows affection, and I don't think that that would work out. I think me and Merru would make more sense. So that is me being as logical as I can be.
Aw. Huh. That makes sense. Oh my gosh. Man. Kai. Also, what Yuna thinks of this is Yuna. The managers are very complicated. And I don't want to be included in this question with them. Well, I mean, except Nyx, but, like, we're not going to talk about that. And the next thing is for all of you as players, not as characters, but about your characters. If you would attach a song to your character, what would it be? Like, what would their theme be?
Let's see. I mean, I personally have tons of songs that I associate with Merru because I'm, like, hyperfixated on the TTRPG. But I think at the moment, I would say probably So Much for Stardust by Fall Out Boy is one of the most fitting songs I have for him at the moment. I'm not saying this because I like Fall Out Boy. I do, but the song genuinely I think is fitting for him. So that would be my answer.
Ooh.
I think that's a very good answer.
Yeah.
Prior has gone through a couple songs in his time, different ones reflecting different aspects of who he is as a person. But I would say one that's always stuck around on his playlist is Blood on My Name by the Brothers Bright.
Ooh. I'm trying to remember that one because I've definitely listened to his playlist. I'm like, wait.
It is, I think, a very fitting song for Prior.
Oh, I remember this one now. I looked up the lyrics because, like, I think I listened, like, once because there were some of the songs I knew from before, and I was like, yeah, I remember this one, and it fits him very, very well. How about for Kai?
I I don't know if you could hear me frantically going through the Kai playlist that I've made both public and private on my Spotify, because I was like, which one of these do I think is the most like, because all of them are parts of him or whatever, but what is the whole? I think the most him song, if we're going with his, I guess, just general attitude towards everything, even if he's headed on maybe a different path, would be Everybody Breaks Down by Girls' Rituals.
Oh, wait, I need to double check what that one.
I was like, the lyrics I don't think show up on at least USA Spotify. I know that you can look them up. I'm so sorry they used to be there. They're not now. I don't know why they're not now. But I also know that it's a less popular song than Merru's pick, and I didn't know Pryor's pick before I went through his playlist, but I would also presume less popular. I'm sorry for picking something kind of niche.
No, I remember because you showed me his playlist when we met up in person.
Yeah.
I remember this one now.
Yeah.
No, that one really fits him.
Yeah. I do think that one is the most him. I guess in his natural state, when he's not in combat or whatever, his brain is just a little on the depressed side of neutral, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. And next up is what everyone's first reactions were to becoming managers at L Corp. / what it was like getting a job at L Corp for all of them.
This is a very loaded question for Merru. So he would say, to be completely honest, I don't have much memory of how I was around the time I got my initial job at L Corp. I mean, we all know why L Corp chose their employees, so it's not surprising to know why they picked some starving street rat like me to work for a wing. I'm sure if I really thought about it, then I could dig out the memory properly, but I don't think I'll be doing that today. When I became a department head, however, I remember it all too well. There's no use hiding the fact that something happened that got me to my position. I mean, it's one of our facility's worst kept secrets. I'm sure all the managers have at least some level of idea that led me to become a department head. Heard agents and clerks whisper about different facility rumors, and while I normally can't care enough to try stopping them, right now I can say how I didn't react to my promotion. There was no joy, there was no excitement, and there was no satisfaction. I never wanted this position. And everyone in any sort of power here, I'm sure, knows it. Especially Miss Ange. You can do with that information what you will. I have no interest in today. And you can ask the clerks if you want to hear the gruesome story of how some scary villain who forced his way to the top of the control team came to be, but you won't get that story from me. What happened that day was not my fault. So, that's all.
That is a story.
No, it could possibly be a spoiler question. I realize in hindsight, but I think all of this stuff is stuff that I believe you all plan to share.
I don't think there's anything in our past that's necessarily much related to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling for this question at least, it's nothing connected to stuff that isn't revealed. It's a lot of the coming to L Corp itself. For a lot of them, this stuff is one-shot stuff.
But yes, For prior, well, it was at a time they got me in a real low point in my life. Though it did end up being the best thing to ever happen to me. I was offered a job long before I accepted it. I laughed it off at first. My great works were coming to fruition, and I was unstoppable. That did not last. By the time I had made manager, the road I walked showed a different path to my destination, and I took the fork in the road to shoulder new obligation. The weight made me who I am today.
I love both Priors and Merru's, and Kai's about to share like paths and how they got into L Corp and what ends up happening. I always think back to the original backstories. And Kai, would you like to share?
I was not in the best place when I ended up in Elcor. I was a lot had happened. I was kind of a floater for a couple of years, and I was just in between everything. And I think, despite my qualifications being so much lesser than everyone around me, that perhaps my willingness to die for the job was what ended up getting me where I am now. And I didn't have much feeling on it until, of course, I saw Prior for the first time in a while, and kind of, I guess, found reason to keep going again, even though maybe that's not exactly how I feel now. I have other reasons, but there certainly was. I think ending up where I ended up brought me a lot more hope than it may have brought some of the other managers. And I think overall it was a good thing for me, because I don't know where I would have ended up otherwise.
Aww. It's probably for the best. They all ended up here, where they are now. even if they're going through it.
This friendship is magic, and now
Friendship
we're all
is
friends.
magic. Yes. That is a curious thing if the managers do currently consider each other friends or not. That's just me thinking on that.
I think Kai and Merru mutually do. I know.
Oh yeah, those two definitely do.
Kai has called Mix a friend before, but I don't remember like a strong agreement on Mix's side. And then I don't think Kai considers Prior a friend. I think he's a secret third thing. But that's just Kai personally. Thing? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's a very funny descriptor.
Know the other manager's thoughts, but
I mean, Kai is Merru's friend.
Aww.
That's it.
I love that Kai is. I also know we are coming up on about like almost 3 hours now. And some of you have a lot of work to do. I did not know how much longer you all are good to keep going. If there are any questions in particular you all saw that you really wanted to answer on stream instead of answering through text only. I did want to ask that because I just wanted to check up with all of you on that. I also know a lot of the NPC questions I had to put in spoilers because they're spoilers who, there are a lot of characters who show up later, so that is why there haven't been that many of them. But I just wanted to check with all of you on how you were doing. Employees to lovers confirmed. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm still good to keep going for a little longer at least.
I'm good.
Yep, I'm still good for a little bit.
Awesome. Just wanted to make sure with all of you. And Space, good night, good night. I hope you enjoy the rest when you get a chance to watch. So let me see. Next we have... We have some more ones that are for, like, everyone, but we also have some personal manager questions that I know were around. So I think let's do those. So Merru, these are for you.
Right.
This is from Sky, this first one, which is... What's your favorite dish to cook? And it was including the caveat of you have unlimited resources, time, and energy to make it.
Well, it's been a while since I got to cook for enjoyment over necessity. So, I mean, honestly, I just like to cook any dish that saves me money and that the others will actually eat. But when I was younger, my sister taught me how to make a pesto marinade using it utilized some wild plants we found growing around the district. I guess it was something our mom taught her how to make before she got too busy for that stuff. I mean, you gotta wash anything you find outside real though, because sometimes it's kind of gross, but like I was able to learn how to save some on by foraging for things. The process is actually kind of relaxing too. I'd probably do it even if money was somehow not a factor. Because once you get the muscle memory down, you can just shut your brain off and just work for hours. It's honestly kind of nice. Dandelions are the easiest to find and use. There's lots of, so if you're careful and know where to look, even in the city. But anyway, we'd go to the corner store or one of the butcher shops directly to get some cheap meat and then cook it in the marinade. It was pretty good with some flatbread on the side, and simple enough that I was still able to make it sometimes even when I, ended up on my own. I don't make it anymore though. It leaves a weird taste in my mouth now, but I mean, maybe I can try to make it again one day. For when I see her again. I mean, maybe she'd like that. So.
Aww. I love him. I hope he gets to make it again for her someday. Who knows if he will. And, Merru, there's another question from you, specifically. And this one is from Jonathan Dale. It does say, question for Merru, the character, with a question mark after the character. So take that as you will.
Question mark? Okay.
Yeah. It was, question for Merru. The character? Have you considered anger management?
Of course I have. I would consider myself quite collected when I'm not being forced to deal with horrible things outside of my daily routine. I mean, there's a difference between frustration and like genuine real anger. Sometimes people laugh when I say this stuff for some reason, but it's true. I mean, if you were me and had to deal with the things I've dealt with lately alongside those assholes and Kai, who I have to work with, you'd get angry sometimes too, but I am a firm believer in the practice of mindfulness. A friend taught it to me a long time ago. It's gotten me through a lot of things that should have sent me over. I decide that I simply have to focus on the moment at hand and accept what's happening, even if it isn't fair or right, or if it makes me upset. It's the only way I can do my job and get through the day with my sanity intact. If I didn't have that, then I think Mr. Pryor and I wouldn't have lasted the first day outside of the facility together. And I think I would have throttled Mix 3 times over by now, and let's not think too strongly about how Miss Ange would have turned out with my mindful. Really? I'm doing well, don't you think?
Merru, what are you implying by that?
You know what I'm implying by that. You're welcome, by the way.
Oh my gosh. I'm just mocking her back. Also, April, get some good sleep. Rest well. I'm so glad you kept it in, Zion. I'm so glad you kept it in because it was so funny just keeping the question mark there.
It was really funny.
That character?
The character? Merru's been so well behaved.
Merru player, do you need anger management?
I already get anger management, heart.
So there was one specific one for Prior that didn't have any spoilers. So, and here it is up here. This is a very long question. So I'm just going to say, I'm just gonna read it. I don't think I can shorten this one like most of them. Prior, if you take into account checks and balances, where there is an executive branch, an appointed leader, a legislative branch, majority votes from the leaders of different groups, and a judiciary branch ensures everything follows the letter of the law with no foul play, would you consider a democracy? And this is from Sky.
Getting asked such fantastical and wild out there questions. Truly, this is the role-playing game. All right, gotta get... How many times? Checks and balances, 3 branches, it sounds cute. But it all boils down to the same thing I told Mix. If the appointed leader truly has the will of the people, then how can those checks possibly hold them? Who will enforce them against a leader who speaks to the heart of the people, and whom they entrust their power absolutely? If the people will not abandon their leader's will to shatter those balances, then they are meaningless to hold them, as they should be when a great leader takes power. These systems would only work to hold a weak leader, one who fails to truly inspire absolute loyalty. Chains melt and break when exposed to a fire hot enough. So no, I will not consider that democracy, because you can dress a popularity contest up however you want. It will always be unchanging at its core. Democracy is the game of weak leaders, so cut the middleman and allow the most capable and able to rule. Prior, the player would like to remind the audience that Prior the character is a former big brother of the middle, and his opinions are his own and reflect his own character arc and beliefs. These beliefs are not endorsed by Cinephon or the 5th Trumpet TTRPG.
Thank you. We needed the disclaimer there. We needed it just in case. But no, Prior has feelings. Prior the character has feelings on the concept of democracy. And this one from Jonathan Dale was asking, Prior, are you good at bingo, perchance?
Incredibly good. Back in the web, Bingo Night was one of our most popular games. I suppose I shouldn't be too happy about that. I did have less on the line if I lost than anyone else there. I do miss Bingo a little bit, though. Not the web night, but Bingo.
Aw. We gotta have Bingo Night again at the L Corp facility.
It probably doesn't have time for that.
The clerks are like, hey, Prior, do you want to do Bingo Night?
Prior's like, you all go start without me. I'll keep one of you keep a card running for me.
Aww. Please play with them. No. And there is one last specific Prior question. This one from, let me find it. Space. How much on would someone have to pay for Uppies? Oh, can I say John for short? Awesome. Thank you for letting me know, John. I wasn't sure what nickname you prefer.
I'm so glad that, all right. How much on would someone have to pay for Uppies? Sorry, I'm really sorry. If I do it for one clerk, I'll have to do it for all the clerks and the agents, and honestly, maybe a manager or two. I don't think I could lift Ange. Not that she'd even ask. The point is, I promise you that there's no price I could set, no matter how astronomically high, that they won't find some way to try and pay. Really, it's a matter of being an unbiased leader. I cannot accept payment for Uppies.
I'm falling in back. No. Oh my gosh.
Is Prior?
I would really like.
Wow, what a
Prior.
time to be raided!
Oh my god! Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Raiders! Welcome in, Undead Commander. Hello. We are welcome in. I'm Sina. I'm a Cedar Fawnboy. I am joined here with Merru, Prior, and Kai. Mix had to step out early because they had things to take care of. But welcome in. We are being rattling by Skeledad. Wait, did I shout the? I can't read. I'm so sorry, Commander. I will.
Hey everyone,
shout
let's
you
go.
out.
Let's go. Shout out Undead no underscore Commander 52. The superior. No, I'm.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. Well, I will make sure I shout out you actually. But welcome in, everyone. We are celebrating the fact that we hit 1K subs and made the YouTube partner program. In addition to, we've been doing a Q&A for our Project Moon TTRPG. We were just having the question directed to Prior, the character. How much
Yes.
on would someone have to pay for Uppies?
And Prior was giving his breakdown. For all of you raiders, I will say I'm so sorry. This is all going to be absolutely nonsensical if this is your first time here. Actually, this might be a great chance to give a brief description of the TTRPG, because I imagine they probably have no idea what the hell we're talking about.
Yes, I can absolutely do that. So, and I know, Skeledad, you are a fan of TTRPGs. I remember you have your own you've made. We basically run a tabletop role-playing game. It's set in Project Moon's universe, which, if you don't know Project Moon, it's indie game company. They've made free games, Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Runa, and Limbus Company. In addition to having some extra content like Wonder Lab, Destruction Detective, there's a whole bunch of like side stories you can read. Really awesome. And essentially it is a horror. It's a lot of horror. And if you know SCP, which I know are pretty popular, pretty well known for anyone who knows them, Lobotomy Corporation's a lot like that. It's basically handling these monsters. So these four, I say four, even though Mix is not present right at the moment, are managers, or rather department heads, at one of those facilities, handling abnormalities, SCP-like monstrous creatures. And essentially, our TTRPG follows the tale of these managers and what happens when a very bad emergency alarm goes off in their facility. So if any of you are interested, we'd love to have you check it out. And Commander, we'd love to know too what you were up to. And thank you so much for coming on in as well with everyone. It means so much. Oh, you were doing art. Oh, I love your art. Wait, I've seen your art before. Handling these monsters. Sure, we handle them. Listen, all of you gonna help me try to describe Project, like they're doing their best to handle them. I say handling. Ignore the breaches. You're making free skeleton acids because skeletons don't have a lot of acids that involve bones. Made a comfy one and a side one. That is so cute. That is so awesome. I love that. Prior, how the hell do you keep accurately describing the USA?
Listen, Prior is not accurately describing the I like to have my cabaret moment where I turn to the audience and I go, look, Prior. I need people to listen. Prior is an authoritarian leader. Prior may be benevolent with a big asterisk and a question mark, but Prior also has the completely unquestioned belief that meritocracies work and are good, and the only reason leadership structures fail is because he's not there to just be better at leadership than everyone else. Please do not emulate the political ideations of Big Brother Pryor. He is very charismatic, and he is very good at making his arguments seem convincing, but his arguments do eventually boil down to, I am stronger than other people, and therefore I should rule them.
Yeah.
My goat.
No, Kai, you're not supposed to agree with him.
Oh, who said that? What do you mean? I didn't.
But yes, the answer to that question of no, Pryor is referring to the fact that Ange does not have a corporeal body. If Pryor tried to give Ange uppies and he just his arms just passed through her waist, I imagine that would just be a traumatizing experience for both of them.
It would. So those are his reservations, JMR, for why he would
have
not
a lovely
give
rest
Ange
of your
uppies.
evening.
Bye, Commander.
Yes, please. Thank you for trusting your community with us, and we love you too, Skeledad.
If she was corporeal, would he? The answer to that question is no, because if he gave uppies to Ange, he'd have to give uppies to everyone. And as he said, he is a man of equitability, all right? He is not going to have certain clerks think that they are less valuable to him. If Pryor is going to give uppies to one person in the facility, if they ask, he's going to have to give uppies to everyone, and his back isn't going to be able to take that.
Oh no. Poor old man. Poor old man. And yes, indeed. So we have many more questions. I will be honest with you all. I may have, once again, and these three can attest, Senna does not know time management.
No.
When he thinks something will take a certain amount of time, he does not realize how long it will take.
I love our 7-hour sessions that are supposed to be like 5.
5-hour
So
session,
our last one was like 6-ish, right?
Yeah, our last one just about hit 7, but
Oh, never mind.
actually it might have gone over 7. But
Never
it was,
mind.
I kept it under
You
7.
kept it under 7. It was close, but it was good. Good job.
Thank you.
It was 6 something.
So I will say, I can confirm most of us did write up answers, or at least an idea of what we'd answer in advance. So we will still be able to type stuff out if we don't get to things. So I will promise you all that you will get your answers. They just might not be 5-hour one shot, huh? Yeah, 5 hours. Quick one shot. Quick. Very quick.
5-hour one shot. 7 months later?
Yeah. But we've got some questions for Kai though, so we'll get to as many as we can. We'll probably not get to all of them. And if we don't get to your question on stream, we deeply apologize. We hope you know we loved all of these, and we were talking about so many of them and very excited for them. But for Kai, we have here from Sky let me grab that. It is, what was the most brutal way you've killed or punished, I'm just going to put killed to make it shorter, someone for committing a sin in Pryor's eyes before you worked in Lob Corps?
So, I'm gonna be honest, Kai's, in terms of, causing a lot of pain before death, in the past, that was kind of a thing that he almost took pride in being able to do. I'm not sure that I could give you a concrete answer, on what the most brutal way was. However, there is a specific instance that I have mentioned to fellow players of Kai killing someone. Don't worry, Sin, I'm not gonna. And I know this kind of isn't quite, because the person in question did not necessarily commit a sin against Pryor, but the sin was that he wasn't Pryor, and Kai would have rather he had been Pryor. And so, unthinkingly, Kai crushed this man's windpipe, which doesn't, kill a person instantly. Sometimes it takes hours, because it just causes them to struggle to breathe. And he didn't just like end it there or whatever. He was kind of mad at him for not being durable enough to withstand that. And so he tossed him out onto the street for the sweepers to get in a few hours while he, struggled and wheezed for breath for a while before that happened, because it was probably a lot earlier than, 3 or 4 a.m. that the sweepers come?
They come exactly at... Wait, I know when the Night of the Back Streets is. I know it's around... Oh, God. Is it 3:23? I think it's 3:23.
Yeah, so Coyote
No. That's around when it ends. Night on the Back Streets. 3:13. 3:13. I just looked it up.
3:13.
Yeah,
right, okay.
It ends at, I believe it ends at 4:34. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Kai just kind of chucked him out. Opened up the little door to wherever the domicile that he was at was, and tossed him onto the street, and no one helped him. And he just kind of died there for a while. But, you've seen him during sessions. He rips people's insides out pretty often. It is not something that he is unfamiliar with. One thing that he isn't comfortable with having done to him, so he isn't comfortable with doing it to other people, I think because he kind of feels like a pain response to seeing it, is ripping out people's nails or teeth for whatever reason. Outside of that, free game.
Kai can be brutal. You've all seen the creds. Oh my gosh.
Ribcage can be open like a Christmas gift. Nails can't be ripped out. He has his stipulations.
Yes. Also, thank you, Sky. In hindsight, now I know for the future, if we ever do another Q&A, I will definitely make a PowerPoint. Also, Miso, no spoilers, no spoilers. Don't worry about that. But then, to be a complete switch up from this question, and from John, would Kai write fanfics?
Oh, Kai has written fanfics. 100%. Not necessarily AO3, I don't know that he's... How do I say this? I think Kai is plenty literate. He read some books. But I don't know that his fanfic is novel worthy. I do believe he loves spreading rumors. That's always been a big thing for him. Early on in the facility, part of his kind of secret big brain idea of getting Prior to talk to him again was spreading rumors that they were a thing. And then pretending like it wasn't him spreading those rumors. So I very much believe that in his little brain, and probably in his little journal, he's written little stories about the people around him and the things that they get up to in his that he rotates in his mind.
I love that. I love that he's writing fan fiction. That's so cute. I think that was... Oh, actually, there was an Ange specific question that was not a spoiler question. There are 2 Ange specific questions that weren't spoilers. Oh my gosh, Cleaves, welcome in. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I actually need to shout out Commander properly, but then I will shout you out. But welcome on in, Cleaves. Thank you so much for the raid. We are celebrating having hit 1K subs on YouTube and partner there. And we are also celebrating with a Q&A for our TTRPG that we run. And thank you so much, Cleaves. Thank you. Also, be sure, all raiders from Commander and Cleaves both, be sure to check out, Mix isn't here right now, but be sure to check out them as well, in addition to Merru, Prior, and Kai, because I love my players so much. Could not do this without them. And welcome on in, and thank you so much, Cleaves. And like I said, I shall shout you out very soon. I just want to make sure I shouted out Commander properly. But yeah, we're going through some questions. I underestimated, as I always do, how long I take on things. And the question here is for Ange, from John, and it is oh gosh, that's my answer, not my question. That was oops. Here's the question. What's your opinion of using deadly neurotoxin on your enemies? And let me just grab Ange real quick, because we have her here. So hopefully you all can see her. I don't know if she has appeared or not, but she should be appearing.
Aha, there she is.
She's here! Alright, Ange has appeared! Yippee!
She's so beautiful.
Real.
Love her.
Thank you. Deadly neurotoxin would be quite effective in interfering with the function of our enemies' nervous systems. Is what I would have said before. I believe Manager Pryor would rather us resort to alternate methods unless no other option remained.
Yay.
Just for
Rolling my
you.
eyes. Rolling my eyes harder.
Do you have a problem,
Pryor.
Manager Merru?
I don't
Oh.
think I need to answer that question.
Oh, come on, Merru. Can't you see she's trying so hard?
She's trying so hard, yeah.
I am. Why am I
Sure
so
you are.
concerned with Pryor's opinion?
Hmm.
I am not. I
Mhm.
merely take into account multiple variables.
Ange is doing more to make sure that she listens to all the managers. It's a more equitable relationship, although we leave the facility's operations. What?
You're good at jokes, actually. That was a good one.
Oh, goodness. My humor has advanced so far I can't even tell when I'm making them anymore. I think my puns must have reached the next level.
I would. Perhaps they have. Anyways, I believe there was another question for me. Ange, do you think you can beat Old Lady in a chess match? I do not know why this is a question. Of course I could. I am an advanced AI assistant. I have knowledge of every strategy, every gambit, every possible move. It would be impossible for one such as me to lose. Do you doubt my intelligence?
That's true. I don't think anyone could beat Ange in a chess match.
Precisely.
Though it's very kind of you sometimes to stretch the game out a little bit so people can learn.
It is part of the fun.
Merru, have you ever played chess with Ange?
Why the fuck would I play chess with Ange?
I do not know if Merru would be a opponent worth contesting. The outcome will be predetermined.
She's so kind to all of us nowadays, isn't she, Mr. Pryor? So
Oh, it's
kind.
it's a little competitive ribbing. It's like you and Mix when you were catching
No, it is
fish.
not.
Yes, Merru. It is just a little competitive ribbing.
No, this is like the... What's the next question? I'm practicing mindfulness because I'm really good at controlling...
Well, the next question was
I'm so
on
good at managing anger.
if Old Lady could be Ange, to which I believe Old Lady has begun talking, but I think we can't let her tell a story because that will do white damage to all of you in chat and all of us here. So we are going to refrain from allowing Old Lady to speak on stream for everyone's sanity.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, Ange for now. There are more Ange questions, but they are unfortunately all spoiler questions. So for the moment, Ange. you will need to vanish. Goodbye, managers.
And goodbye, Ange.
Bye, Ange.
Bye, Ange.
Oh my gosh. But the next question we had was regarding the dating life of your employees, managers.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it was, is each employee in the Nuggets facility level 5 agents, and are some of them dating? From Fumi.
What an interesting question. I mean, wait, sorry, I kind of zoned out. Can you repeat that one more time?
No, you're so good. If each employee in the Nuggets facility, if the level 5 agents, are some of them dating? Are any of your agents dating?
Ah, okay. Okay. So, for Merru's answer, I mean, since we are department heads, I mean, a large part of our jobs take side of the I work a lot with the abnormalities, probably more than I should. But I mean, even then I have agents in my department than I am. I mean, I'm sure we all do. And I don't normally involve myself in my workers' personal lives. I mean, if they do what I tell them to get done in a day and get out of my line of fire, then I don't really care what they do in their free time as long as it isn't destructive. That being said, I do know that my team captain, Kit, is in some sort of relationship with one of the other agents. Name Sandy? No. Sasha? Yeah, Sasha. Sasha. They talk about her all the time, even interested in it. So I learned all about it against my will. I mean, Kit even kept spamming me with these emoticon-filled messages at work a few months ago, asking for my blessing or something, whatever that means. I guess it's good that they're happy, especially it doesn't take away from their work efficiency. I mean, pretty sure the day they asked her out, I tracked that Kit got like double the amount of work done for the facility, so it's all fine by me. I mean, have my blessings. But besides that, I don't pay attention.
Well.
How about you, Prior?
Yeah.
This
This is a good question. First off, I can answer the mechanical part. There are 2 level 5 agents in the training team. Most of the training team is the training team is the largest team by volume of people, but probably the lowest in skill level, mostly just because it's Prior's job to train up the agents and then transfer them out to other departments. He keeps a small handful of agents that actually handle the training abnormalities, but most of the time he's basically constantly churning out new employees. And I actually can't find the answer, my write-up answer for this one. I was looking.
I have it.
For you. Do not worry, I gotcha.
Rose gotcha.
Thank you. I try not to involve myself in the lives of my agents and clerks. I am their leader, their guardian, and their mentor. It would be unbecoming of me to be distracted by their interpersonal romances. I do often, however, end up being told anyway. After all, the clerks love to chat about, the 2 level 5 training agents. They're actually exes, you see. It's all very juicy, actually. Not that I know much or would ever disclose it.
Gossipy old man.
He is. We are in a sassy man apocalypse, and Prior is a sassy man.
Real. Also, thank you for the hydrate imposter check, Twilight, and all of you should be sure to also.
Wow.
What about for Kai?
I love hearing about the dating lives of all of my, God, I don't want to call them my underlings, employees. As they love to hear about mine. I think we have a very casual work relationship where they can tell me whatever, and as far as I'm concerned, and I believe this to be true, HR is not really a thing. And I might have invited myself to be told things a little more graphic. People like to brag, and I respect our relationship that they consider me close enough to talk to me about things like that. So yes, much romance happening within the facility, and it's a lot more fun to deal with than the occasional time where love is cut off by a life ending, and then there's a lot of crying, and I'm not as good with that stuff. So I like the gossip. I like the gossipy side of things.
I love that you're all gossipers.
I
What else are we supposed to do?
What else are we supposed to do? Me and Merru love talking to each other about stuff like this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen us.
That is true. That is true. Those two are such big gossipers. Ange, answer for Mix, please. I do not have feelings on the relationships of the agents in this facility.
Ange de gaff.
And the gap.
Yeah, boo, cop out. Listen. If Ange secretly watches all the tea unfold and refuses to share, I also know we have quite a bit more that aren't spoiler ones, but I think we might move on now to the spoiler ones to do some of them. If everyone's good with, and like I said, we will post in the Discord. I apologize we couldn't get to everyone's. I just also realized how late we have been going. And yeah, I want to be sure not to be keeping everyone up so much. I don't want to accidentally turn this into like a 6-hour stream. So in that case, I would say,
spoiler alert for everything ahead then, no?
Yes, a spoiler alert for everything ahead. Just a heads up now, if you are not caught up, I highly recommend to block your ears or temporarily mute the stream or pop on out because we're going to be doing some spoiler questions. So warning, spoilers. I've not pulled the winners yet. I've actually not. You know what? I will pull the winner before we do the spoilers. Pin, please. Oh, yes. Let me do that.
Good.
All of yours. Let me type something up of that. Anyone who has not caught up in the 5th trumpet, please tap out or mute. Spoilers. There we go. But before we do, I will do the raffle. So, let me pull up the raffle. I hope this tab is the raffle. That is not the raffle. Let's see.
Oh my god, brother. You should be doing this in like studio mode or something.
Don't worry, I'm very smart. There we go, there's the raffle!
Wow.
Alright. Too bad I couldn't style it like Nameless Fetus. That was just my Google Doc. I'm not very smart, everyone.
Where's the Senna to spin on the wheel?
Oh, you're right. I should have gotten Senna to spin on the wheel. Project Moon fans, I guessed it to Jake. Alright, spin, and we'll see who wins this. April!
Whoa!
So I will be DMing them that there's an April and there's an April who are both in this raffle. But yes, let me take a screenshot of this so I have the winner. And I will be letting them know. But congratulations, April. I think they went to bed. But a big congrats. Thank you all for having entered. And very exciting. And now I'm going to get rid of this tab. And we are moving to spoilers. And yes, big congrats. Thank you again all for entering. And thank you again all for the support. I really wanted to be able to give back. I wish I could give everyone art. But I hope everyone had fun with the raffle. And yes, if you're not caught up now, the raffle is done. So we're doing a couple spoiler questions. We'll probably do about another half hour or so. And like I said, we will put answers to questions we didn't get to. At least I will put my answers. It really is not a Twitch stream without scuff. It really is not. In there. So I'm gonna say our first one we'll do is and I think this did get addressed actually in the server as well, but this is from April. And it's regarding the sinners. And the reason this is spoilered is because there could be potential spoilers for how the managers feel about the sinners. And it's essentially, this is a loaded one, but what would the managers think of the sinners?
I'm gonna answer this one out of character.
Absolutely.
It's a little difficult to answer just because there's so many sinners.
Oh, it doesn't have to be every single one. It doesn't have to be every single one. Feel free to.
No, I'm not doing every single one. Because half of it would just be Merru's. Merru kind of finds them a bit annoying, but like whatever. But no, Merru, he struggles to get along with like most people, unless like there's either a lot of consistent effort into understanding his little Merruism, or you gain his respect from his first impression of you. But I mean, in general, some dynamics that stand out to me, I think Merru would respect Ishmael, more or less. I don't know if they would ever be friends, but like Merru probably wouldn't have a problem with her. Especially compared to some of the others. And I think Rhodia would kind of be a bit, I think I've said this before actually, but I think Rhodia would be a bit like how Kai is to Merru. Like she's much different than like who Merru is, and I'm sure Merru wouldn't like some of her traits, but like she almost certainly could still worm her way into Merru's graces. Like he tends to cut like certain kinds of people some slack, you know. So I think he could get along with her. Even if he would act like he doesn't. Though he would find Otis so annoying, like specifically really annoying. There's no elaboration on that. He would probably find Dawn to be exasperating and confusing, but likely couldn't find it in himself to actually hate her for a multitude of reasons. Though I could see Merru having a really bad first impression, and I'm not sure if she would like him all too much. But Faust and Yisang would just make Merru almost violently angry. Like, he doesn't, not because he thinks they're bad people, but just because he's a prideful person and gets angry when he believes that he's being made to seem below someone else or stupid, and he just would not understand their way of speaking. And it would go over his head, hurt his pride, and make him angry. And someone better take Magic Bullet away from him before Dante has to turn back the clock, like, quickly. And those are the only ones I could think of that would be, like, sticking out to me.
No, that makes sense. I like those thoughts on them.
I think those are some brilliant thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I went for a much shorter answer, I do admit. I just focused. I do have. Prior has thoughts on all the sinners, and I could go on to great lengths about them. but I decide to just stick to the one I have answered as sort of a broad general strokes. Actually, well, I think I'll answer it out of character. That makes more sense. I had kind of an in character, kind of an out of character, but it makes more sense to answer it out of character. Prior thinks the Sinners are dangerous, highly unstable mercenaries, being powered by a singularity that makes them the stuff of nightmares. Prior knows the managers are a powder keg of emotions and interpersonal issues. But the managers are forced together by necessity and circumstance. No, Ange did not specifically choose the managers as, like, the best of a lot of options to do this. The Sinners appear to be well-funded and organized by a powerful company, so Limbus Company chose those uncooperative, incohesive chucklefucks of their own free will. Prior just does not understand it. He thinks their leader must be a goddamn idiot. In addition, Prior hates Dante. Just absolutely loathes Dante. Dante is the platonic form of what Prior perceives to be a weak leader. Someone whose authority is only backed up by what seems to be arbitrary promotion from the whims of a company, who fails to be able to protect their charges from death, which they make them repeat over and over again due to their own ineffectiveness. A weak personality that fails to inspire the fire of absolute loyalty from their followers, as far as Prior perceives what absolute loyalty looks like. And ultimately, the biggest and most unmistakable sin, that Dante does not fight alongside their companions. Prior believes that a leader who does not lead from the front is no leader at all. And if we strip away all those pretenses, Prior is jealous of Dante. Dante can do the one thing for other people that Prior can't, which is bring those they failed back to life. Prior is cursed with a long life to witness his failures forever, while Dante is blessed with the ability to have their mistakes be temporary. And Prior would never be able to admit that to himself, and he would never be able to forgive Dante for having something that he feels would fill that hole inside of him, but it is firmly outside of Prior's reach.
Oh, I really love Prior's thoughts on Dante. I think they're really interesting. Like, the fact that he looks down on them, but also is jealous of them because they have something he can't have. I really enjoy it. And what about Kai?
Well, Kai's not gonna... I mean, I'm answering this out of character, but, like, I'm sorry. It's a lack of knowledge. I don't know as much about Limbus.
You're good.
I think I have an idea. I know who Kai wouldn't like.
Who's that?
In terms of Kai would not like Ishmael.
Oh yeah. That makes so much sense.
He thinks that her way of thinking lacks principle or meaning, which, you know, is kind of silly coming from him. But, like, I don't know. I feel like Kai was not a nobody before he blindly followed Prior's orders. He blindly followed Prior's orders because that felt like the right thing to do. He does have his own way of thinking outside of that. He just chooses to go the other way. And for kind of that same reason, I feel like, I don't know that, like, he would, like, love Otis, but, like, he'd get her, you know? And it wouldn't be that kind of thing where it's like, hey, you're just like I was in the past before I figured out who I was. Like, I don't think Kai looks on his past self as a negative thing, even if he's moving past it, you know? Like, yeah. It's not... In his mind, it is not like a journey of becoming better from what he did. It's more like a journey of becoming more of a person. And I think he respects Otis's strength, and then also oh my god, I hate that the internet has implanted the word simp in my vocabulary at all. he respects her loyalty. Even if it's to someone that he, it's not like he also has loyalty to that same person, but like he gets it, he understands. He's been there.
Yeah.
He understands how she would see that in someone else. Yeah.
He does.
Yes.
That makes sense. And the next question that we have, and I really love hearing their thoughts on the sitters. I'm first going to quickly answer this question because it leads into the next question. This is a question for me as the DM, which was, has anyone distorted? And for anyone who's caught up, which hopefully all of you are, you would know that Prior has distorted and Kai has distorted thus far in the campaign. And who knows if there will be more distortions. Merru here is also the one who created the sprites for them. And the reason I say this leads into the next question is because, and this question was asked by Fate, asked, has anyone distorted? And April asked, and let me get this question up on screen, and I really know to do a slideshow next time. And this is to Ange. How would you feel knowing that if Prior wasn't saved from distorting, he could have become an abnormality? I'm gonna pull Ange back up for everyone. If manager Prior was not saved back then, if he had become an abnormality, I am a being who is always certain of the decisions I make, so I cannot comprehend why I'm reacting to this question in such a manner. It is a simple question. It is a variable I should have factored in had I known of the distortion phenomenon, and one I can now compute and account for. It has happened once to him, and could happen again. I am well aware that if this were to occur to Manager Prior, if he were to go beyond the point of return, that he would want his clerks taken care of, his agents watched over as they perform their duties, his fellow managers to not blame themselves. I would still blame them. But for his sake, I would keep this place running and protect those in it, is what I would like to say. I should not have such needless doubts, and such emotions should not affect me so. Why does the very thought of a possibility that has not come to pass bother me so? And that would be Ange's answer to that. As for what she would actually do.
She's a sweetie pie. No, she's a sweetie pie.
Did you not hear what she just said?
I love the reactions of Jesus Christ versus "oh, that's cute." Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We also did have a question for, of all people, Shion. So I'm amazed people remembered. This was from Fumi. Shion, back in episode 1, and it was, what do you think about the managers and how they used your last ego? And do you know it's your last appearance, Shion? So I'm just gonna short it to what do you think about the managers? We don't have a Shion nugget yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but
Not yet. We're gonna make one. Why?
Shion and Greta are getting nuggets.
Okay.
And,
No, Mary loves to be in the art mines. They are. Wow.
Exactly.
See. Cinna's just trying to hide the fact that we're gonna fight the fucking karmic abnormality.
Listen, I will say. Actually, I can't say anything. I almost just spoiled something crucial in Act 2. I'm gonna shut my mouth up. I'm gonna channel Shion.
We're gonna find things out at the same time as you chat. Whoa.
Oh my god, I have not played Shion in 6 months, so I'm probably very rusty with her. I can't stand them. The little runt is common trash found in the back streets. The one with the fancy horns and tail is clearly a spoiled nestborn. I've executed enough to know one by sight alone. After that big brother, I'd heard rumors floating about that he was dead and that he was gone, so I figured if he was the real deal, then besting him could hoist me up in the world. After all, a certain someone would be very happy to know he was dealt with. And I care little for the mangy, pathetic mutt following its master. But what? I don't understand what you're talking about. How they used what of mine? And now Shion goes back into the box. She's gone. She's gone, everyone. She's permanently gone.
Box.
Don't worry.
We did it. We saved everyone from Shion.
Yay!
The evil is defeated. I'm looking through to see what else there is. Oh, you know what question we had to move to spoilers that I thought was very funny? For you, Prior, was that have you ever heard of communism question? And I moved it to spoilers because I knew the answer would involve a certain captain of the Euro DVA.
That's actually very funny that, yes, that is technically spoilers. Yes, have I heard of communism? Well, Captain Lev wouldn't shut up about it, yes. I think it's a lovely dream, one that, being awake, I cannot in good faith participate in. But who am I to keep a man from pursuing his ambitions, eh? Maybe with a strong, competent leader, such ideas might be less foolish than Captain Lev's planless idealism permitted me to see. Perhaps the saint will perform a miracle. I'm rooting for him either way.
Aww. Wait, that's so sweet. I love that Pirates. This is where we have the fucking Marvel title of Captain Lev will appear in Act 2. Also, Hikaru, welcome in, welcome in. Yes, this is Limbus Company. This model is by Beanie, and the little nuggets from LabCorp are by Merru here. However, we are doing spoilers right now for our campaign, so if you don't want to be spoiled for stuff that is happening in the later campaign, I don't want you to, I don't want you to be spoiled for those, for our tabletop role-playing game. But if you're interested in getting caught up, we've got our whole playlist on YouTube. And we'd love if you're interested and want to. No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. You are all good. You're welcome to stick around if you don't mind spoilers. You absolutely are. Do not worry. Do not worry. I just want to make sure if you are interested, you don't get spoiled. If you want to stick around and listen, feel free to, absolutely. Or if you're someone who doesn't mind spoilers, like I know I personally am. I know some people really mind spoilers. I personally don't super mind them. And let me see for our next question. Chat really would know. I appreciate you all do care so much about like not spoiling things for people though. But also please be don't yell in all caps. You are good. You are good. I don't know if they could hear. You are good. Just did not want to frighten Hikaru. Yo, chat, is this real?
Peel your skull back and insert themselves into your brain.
This was another question from Sky, I believe. We also had to move to spoilers because I realized right as I was about to ask the question that the answer would have been spoilers after the most recent episode. And it's who's the emergency food?
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to find my place where I wrote my little bullets down. Give me a sec. I found it. All right. Right. Yes. No, this makes sense now. So, who is the emergency food? Merru, he would say, am I supposed to say prior? Like, does he even count? I don't know if I trust whatever he's made of to actually be edible.
I don't like thinking about it, but if it is, then yeah, I guess him. If he's not edible, Yuna, they're the least necessary going
What?
forward. But I don't say that as a threat. It's just to answer the question. No one is allowed to take that answer out of context. I have no actual plans on cooking Yuna. Okay? I just had to answer the question. I'm not cooking you. You wouldn't even taste good. Too much bone.
I don't have that much bone.
I think you have the same amount of bone as everyone here except for me.
Well, compared to the amount of meat on the bone, duh.
Listen, I'll just accept not being eaten. I'll just accept not being eaten. Okay?
You're not gonna get. I'm not
Thank
gonna
you,
eat you.
Why am I standing so close to you? Hold on.
Be kind.
What? I just said I'm.
No, not you, Merru. Never you.
No, I know what. It's fine. I literally said don't take it out of context, and they took it out of context, which is crazy.
Listen.
Mix isn't here to tell Yuna not to be prejudiced.
I'm not being prejudiced when District 23 eats people.
Yuna!
I just said I am not eating you. I literally just said I'm not eating you. I don't have an interest in eating you. The question was emergency food. And I first said, Mr. Pryor, if he's not edible, it's you.
Okay, fine. I also really don't like people in chat advocating for eating me.
Well, that's not my problem. How's that my problem?
I guess it's not. Prior, you answer.
Well, unfortunately, I am edible.
Oh.
I'm made out of the same material that you are, just assembled in a slightly different way. I'm still human, you know. I think. At least the head hasn't come and thrown me out of the city, so... You know, everything's as edible as any other human is. Ugh. You can understand why I went vegetarian, I imagine. I have enough taste of human flesh in my mouth sometimes.
I think my approach to this question might be a little bit different than Pryor's and... Well, no, I feel that Merru's and I's are actually pretty close. Although I think I would choose Mix. I understand that they are not as, I suppose, tall as Pryor, though. Aside from the whole I couldn't bring myself to eat him thing, although, you know, I think he could live through that. It's more so that I imagine that tail, you know, like a good, just like cutting off a good chunk of that. There's probably just like one spinal cord that goes through it, you know, and it's probably not like human flesh taste. So I don't know what animal it might resemble, but I would presume it doesn't taste like pork. And I think that would definitely be the most interesting.
I feel like it tastes bad, frankly.
We don't know that. You know, like you can eat a lizard.
Yeah.
And
is it edible? It's corrosion.
I don't know.
Edible?
I mean,
I need a minute to think about that. I've no interest in doing what you're saying. I'm just
No, I'm not saying that I would, but I don't know. I think
Can we not eat Mix?
I don't want
we're not going to eat Mix.
Okay, thank you.
Can two men not have a conversation?
Can men not have hobbies?
Fine.
It's all right, Yuna. It's all right, Yuna. They scare me too sometimes.
How is this scary?
Thank you. It's a little alarming. I don't know how you
actually
don't
not.
see that it is, but
It's literally not. Yeah, I think you're just a wuss.
I don't know. It's just a thought experiment that I decided to posit. I don't know if Mix's tail would be edible, but I feel that if it was, that would probably be what I would pick, if only because it wouldn't taste like human flesh, and that might be a little easier to stomach, you know? Just my 2 cents.
Concerning.
You can eat me if it makes you feel better.
I don't think it would make them feel better.
No, it would not.
Okay, well... I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings, you just alarmed me. You just alarmed me a bit. Well... Let's go to the next question, and I think I'm gonna ask each of you one more question. I have one more NPC question, and then I'm gonna round out with a final question about encounters. That was a DM one. If that sounds good to everyone. Do not eat Yuna! Stop it! Leave him alone! So, the first one I'll ask is for, and let me find this right here. Kai. This one is for you. And it is from April. And it is, how far would you go to protect Prior? And a follow-up question, if it meant putting the other 2 managers in harm's way, would you protect Prior over them?
Ooh. Loaded question. I'm gonna go for a little past and present tense really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Beginning of the campaign, and I'm also gonna answer out of character only because, you know, what's the word? The depth of Kai's explanations probably wouldn't show all that he actually thinks, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, go for it. We've been doing both tonight. We've been alternating.
Yeah. Beginning of campaign, Kai would die for Prior if he asked him to. Kind of drop of a hat sort of thing. Wasn't ever really much of a question. It just didn't happen. I'm not saying he would have happily put the other 2 managers in harm's way to protect Prior, but he would have done it without much hesitation. Honestly, he didn't even really care about the well-being of... He had a general okay relationship with Merru. Mix, he didn't much care for when they were just co-workers before everything, and it was only when they were being crushed by a compactor that he realized that he did care if Mix lived or died. So... before that, it's not even really a question. At this current point in time, I do think Kai would still lay his life on the line to protect the other managers. Though he does believe that staying alive and protecting them, you know, that is the, what are the words that I'm, you know, the ideal would be to both live and block them out of harm's way. It doesn't always happen that way, though, and he understands that Prior is a capable fighter, which he's always understood, but he's allowed himself to allow Prior to do his own fighting to some extent, currently. And as for putting the other managers in harm's way, there actually was an instance back in K-Corp where Kai had the choice between protecting Prior and Merru. At least I actually don't remember if one of them used a shield or something, so it ended up being fine. But he did choose to fight the drone that was attacking Merru rather than the one that was attacking prior. So he's at a point where there's more of an equality between how much he cares about the other managers, and I don't think that he would just throw the others' lives away for the sake of one or the other.
That makes sense. It's been fun to see how he's grown in that regard.
You know, friendship is magic.
That's
Aww.
real.
And the next question is from Carmen, actually, to you, Merru.
Okay.
Yes, Carmen herself. And it's, do you like the sound of my voice? If so, don't you think a devil, such as yourself, deserves more than what you've been given by friends and family alike? She's here to say hello.
I don't know who you are or what you mean by devil, but of course I deserve more than what I've been given. I mean, it's not even a question. It's obvious. I don't deserve to go through this or be treated the way I have been for so long. I'm just here to do my job, though. I don't really have time to think about all of that right now. Nor do I want to. But you aren't wrong. You're not wrong. That's for sure.
I'll see you soon, Merru.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And I think that was Sky as Carmen, actually, which is the very funny thing. And prior, the final question for you we have is, what was it like to work in the web?
Ending on a high note. So, I didn't... Okay, well, I didn't work in the web. If I'm allowed to be pedantic, I ran the web. I was its sole leader. The nearest great sibling still stayed far away from me and my dealings. There were no other groups of the middle anywhere near us. I was left in peace as the highest ranking member of the middle around to pursue my own projects. The family forgave me for occasionally being delayed in my reports, and in return I forgave them for the hell my family was once put through trying to keep the middle around in an area so hostile to us, without so much as a single shred of support from my distant relatives. So it was hard, it was brutish, but I had plans for grander things. And if my plans hadn't been ruined by Doc, if Doc hadn't... No. Things worked out for the best. I still pursued the same destination, but my tactics failed to produce meaningful results. The web was a failure. Even if the club remains, my work is gone, and good riddance to it. Some secrets should stay buried.
I'm so excited. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'll say there. Is that, man, Doc. I also love Doc so much. And, oh yes, no. But don't worry, Sky. You might be seeing some stuff in the intervallo, is all I'll say. And we have our final NPC one, which was to the Maestro, Artemisia. Let me just go grab her. You all remember the Maestro managers, right?
Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And the question to her is, how much would you have paid for Angel of Flesh if you were one of the bidders at the auction. And give me a moment. Need to get into her state. Can a price be set on art? We hold these auctions, of course, and on is a means to acquire greater tools to construct greater pieces. But on is not all that there is. It is the art that comes first and foremost, the emotion it inspires. And no amount of material wealth could ever match what that piece is worth. A single on, 1,000 on, 1,000,000 on, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000, a number that scales ever higher. Nicholas, you must not let your thoughts be overcome with the idea that on equals success. Don't let that passion to climb ever higher fade, of course. If it upsets you how little it's sold, then channel that anger, that outrage, that hatred to sculpt, to create, as I have seen you have. But trust me, Wonder Worker, but what is more valuable? A mere amount of on that passes from our fingers into the hands of others, forgotten save for what it could buy, or the raw reaction of a big brother you managed to rattle, who your artwork affected so badly he played his hand too soon and let his guard slip in front of an entire audience. I cannot put a price on your art, St. Nicholas, nor would I dare. To do so would be an insult, when your art struck me with such awe, and him with such despair. And thank you so much, Raiders! Thank you so much for coming on in. Nozomi Sora, thank you so much for taking Kitty for the follow. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. I'm sorry, you came right in as I was role-playing one of the villains from our TTRPG and answering a question as her. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Artemisia, just one chance? Perhaps I shall give you one chance. Would you like to be my art piece, Kate? But yes, for anyone curious, oh my gosh, wait, you love my YouTube shorts about your TTRPG? Thank you so much for taking Kitty. The people here with me right here, these are my wonderful friends and players. Mix is not here right now because they had to pop out early. But go support them. They're all so awesome. I don't know if you're caught up in our TTRPG, but
Meow.
Yes. For those of you who don't know, we run a Project Moon TTRPG set in the Lobotomy Corporation / Project Moon universe. Those words you might have heard on TikTok or several other places where Cinna is low to the ground, in which we, department heads, also known as the managers of an abandoned L Corp facility, ventured out into the city in the hopes to find a body for our AI assistant Ange and supplies we need to keep our now defunct facility running. We've encountered a great deal of difficulty and strife on our journey, but having just finished our season finale of Act 1, we are just wrapping up. And if anyone is curious, you can find us on TikTok, where we post shorts from our campaign, or on YouTube, where we post our full session-length videos. We also have recaps on our Discord channel. We do everything we can to make sure people who want to jump in can, and if you have any questions, that's what we're here for.
yes. So, any at all, we're so excited. We've been having so much fun answering them. We have one final question to round out the night. Sorry, Artemisia is just the worst, everyone. I love playing her, like a little too much.
That's a good one. You're so good playing Artemisia.
Thank you. I will say, though, before the very final question, I did have a tiny one I wanted to do because I saw it mentioned, and also because it just made me so happy to see how much all of you loved him. And the question was, I'm not going to just put it in the little thingy, but it was Birgh hug. Birgh, can we hug you? There's a whole crowd of fans waiting for an answer, like little siblings. Please. To which I hope you all know, Birgh would give you all hugs. Birgh would give you all hugs. Birgh will give you all the hugs. However, he is a big brother, so it's probably a little bit crushing. But here he is. Here he is for all of you to see. Give me one moment. It's so much harder. I don't have my usual foundry up. But there he is. It's the birthday boy, everyone. Hugs from him for all of you.
The birthday boy.
The birthday boy. And you
Birgh.
guys, you kept his cake safe.
I'm so happy you did that. I'm so
Thank
happy.
God, I was
happy. I'm so
I
happy.
had to be so mean to him. I was gonna cry if his cake was ruined too.
You don't understand. I in my head I was like, please don't destroy the cake. I feel bad enough.
Oh my gosh, no, it would have been really sad. But his cake was fine, and he got to cut his cake with his dad, so it was all good. It was all happy. And for the final question, and yes, please go take care of yourself, Sora. Please do. Please get some good rest. We are ending very soon. I hope you rest well. I'm also very sorry we did not give you a very proper greeting. I hope you had an awesome stream. We are wrapping things up because I kept my players a lot longer than I meant to. I was like, if you guys can come join me, please do. I was like, it'll be like 2 to 3 hours. I promise, everyone. I promise. And it wasn't. Freya, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I don't tell you guys enough how much I appreciate all of you. I mean, Mix isn't here to hear right now, but I really do appreciate all of you so much for all you've done for this game. And for my my wild whims and ideas. And oh my gosh, that's so awesome. That's so awesome.
No,
you raised
Sora's
so much.
So yeah, it was amazing seeing that happening. Like in the background, I was lurking in that stream.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy you raised so much for the Trans Empowerment Project. That is so awesome to hear, Sora. And I'm so glad. And you're so sweet. Thank you so much for sending everyone over here. It really, really does mean the world to me. And I apologize that you came in while I was in the headspace of the worst woman ever. So I'm really glad you're doing that. That is so cool. Everyone, go check out Sora. Sora is so sweet. Sora is so awesome. So please do. And our final question. I'm glad you're like terrible. What is the most terrifying encounter you had set up currently, in your opinion? I would say that is a really tough question. I would say that the Nothing There fight was one of the more terrifying encounters I cooked up. I did almost down both Prior and Mix in that fight. Yin and Yang being summoned here was also because I realized that Queen of Hatred was not strong enough to fully help the managers, but she also kept rolling like garbage. Do you all remember that? Like, she couldn't roll for shit.
Yeah. I remember before the game where I was like, yes, and you can use static DCs or have characters roll dice. I would just let you know with the problem when you have characters roll dice is even when you give them large pools, there's a lot of variance that could happen.
Yeah. And then there was, because Nothing There kept rolling disgustingly, and Queen of Hatred couldn't roll for shit. So I gave them all a heal boost through Mix's Yin and Yang. I think Yin and Yang was the only thing that kept Mix from dying that fight. And chat also did come in clutch with the hype train, which manifested as Express Train to Hell. And it did a substantial amount of damage to finish Nothing There off in the end. So it was really hyped. I forget what level the hype train was, but I remember we kept seeing the levels climb, and we like jokingly, I was like, hey, if we hit this level hype train, I'll make the Express Train from to Hell run over Nothing There.
Yeah.
And it did, and it happened. So that encounter, I think, I am gonna be so real with you, I think Nothing There still had like 10 hitboxes. Like 10 health left.
Scary.
That thing was really scary. It also didn't help too. Prior had a really clever idea with the doors. But it ended up not working because I forget what I think Nothing There just rolled really well, if I remember correctly.
I rolled like an 8 crit, and then Nothing There rolled a 9 crit.
Yeah, and I felt awful, so I think I gave you a little bit of a bonus or something.
Yeah.
Ange was also one of the more terrifying encounters, but funnily enough, she was less threatening than the Abnormality she kept calling on. Especially because the thing about Ange is Prior locked her down that entire fight because you were the one who shut off the compressor, I remember. Because you use Life for a Daredevil, I think, to like wedge it
I
up.
used craft and Life for a Daredevil to break the compressor.
Yes, and if that thing had come down again, it probably would have been really bad for all of you. So that really helped there. Mix's hacking was very clutch too. Even if it took them out of the fight for most of the fight, it ended up, the fact that every 5 successes something positive happened for the managers, that really helped with that encounter, because that was something I didn't expect as a mechanic. And for some fucking reason, the scariest thing in the Ange fight was Funeral of the Dead Butterflies, because it almost killed Mix. It did kill Merru technically, but I did have Freischütz, because Merru had summoned him for this fight, pull Merru out of the way.
Toxic Yowie.
Toxic Yowie. Oh, yes. The Time Track 2 protocol. One Sin also came in clutch. That was another thing, was prior called on One Sin for that fight, too. I forgot about Kai's drug. I forgot about Kai with the drugs during that fight.
Yes, when I dropped to the floor and started licking Anchophelin off the ground.
That did happen.
That did happen.
Oh my god, it was a really good fight.
It was an equal contribution from everyone. That was...
It really was. Merru did all the damage.
It genuinely was.
Prior shut down Ange. Mix basically cinched the fight, and Kai did drugs. Whoa.
Do you hate me?
I'm so sorry, Kai. You did your best.
There was so much on the floor. I have how many dots of being an addict? I got,
You have 2 dots of an Encophallin addiction.
Yeah,
so
that's
you were struggling a little.
I'd be sweating bullets too. Imagine walking into a room, there's Coca-Cola everywhere and it's free.
I want some free Coca-Cola.
I'm dropping to the ground and licking that up.
Hey, you want some free Coca-Cola? Guess what? A new aberration just moved into the facility. Open can of Coca-Cola. Just ignore the 2 giant roaches beside the machine.
Gregor? Oh my gosh, but no, the utter big fights, I would say, that I think are the worst encounters, are Maestro Artemisia and the Big Brother Birgh battles were the 2 utter scariest encounters I made. Artemisia's thing was she had a bunch of AoE attacks. She had 5 actions per turn, and her big move at the start would have completely shut down all of the managers if Prior didn't eat through his sanity to keep them all standing and fighting. So Artemisia, also not to mention the fact that Artemisia was holding back the entire time, which I know has been mentioned before, but she was. Birgh, on the other hand, didn't attack as much, or didn't have as many attacks. He only had 3 actions per turn, or do as much AoE, save for the one special move. He just hit really fucking hard. He hit harder than Artemisia did. And if not for the debuffs I put on them, the managers likely would have been paced. And Prior did become paced. But neither of them were aiming to kill, even if it was for very different reasons. And I made both of their encounters with the intention that you would stack debuffs on them. Artemisia's were stacked during the fight, Birgh's were stacked before, so I gave the managers a way out to maneuver those fights. She has AoE attacks. Yes, most of her attacks hit multiple people at once. I believe it was people in a line, Hecate. So because I remember she definitely would hit a couple people. I swore she had AoE attacks. Did I end up taking that off her sheet? Do any of you remember? I thought she was hitting multiple of you at once, but now I'm wait, did I end up taking that away because I thought it was too scary?
I don't remember you hitting more than one of us with 1 attack, because she also had 5 actions. I think she had attack weight, and then you upped her action count rather than her attack weight.
Oh, yes! You are correct. Prior and Hecate. Originally, Artemisia would hit multiple targets at once. And then I realized that it would be a very, very dangerous fight for the managers if every time she attacked. I think she had no, she didn't. Yeah, she didn't have any. She only had her allegory of inclination. So yeah.
Of course,
Okay,
these
cool.
are the moves she bothered to use against us.
Yes. So, surprise everyone, she can attack multiple people. Also, JMR, the she. Yes, the fucking she. Every encounter involving the she. Did the she get a mention for scariest fights? Just in general, they rock the manager shit every time. And yeah, the she were also very scary. They were indeed. The she were another one. I made the she to basically be unbeatable. Well, not unbeatable. The managers could have beat them. You all probably saw how Merru kept 12 critting on them.
Yeah, I was gonna say Merru, like they were rocking our shit, but Merru was critting them also.
Like the thing about the she is, they were stealth attackers who kept jumping down on the managers and were meant to be very scary. The problem with the she is they didn't have as much health as like Artemisia or Birgh or Ange did. So what would happen is they'd jump out from stealth and Merru would kick their shit in. And they would basically be like, the managers would basically retreat, or the she would have to retreat from the encounters. And so the she were another big one though. They were meant to be very scary. And they were meant to be self-attackers. And yes, I was about to mention as our final runner-ups, our final ones, the Euro DVA and the drones in K-Corp. Somehow. So the levels of this TTRPG, we have ALF level abnormalities. We have an AI assistant who's a proxy of Angela. We have a maestro of the ring. We have a big brother of the middle. And we have K-Corp's tiny drones and the Euro DVA communists, who are the scariest threats in the city that the managers have ever faced. Because I almost killed all of them with the drones back in the K-Corp episode.
Yeah, that was really close.
Yeah, it was actually very close. Like, I need you all to know, you know that one encounter where the drones kept coming and Mix was hacking, so it was only 3 of the managers against the K-Corp drones? I almost killed all of them. They were messaging me like, Cinna, I am going to die. And I was just like, well, you gotta live or you're going down to K-Corp's drones. But no, the drones were surprisingly scary. And the Euro DVA, I'm gonna be so real, the Euro DVA, the 4 of them just could not roll for shit. You all had the worst fucking rolls.
Yeah, that was not our best showing.
No, but also they kept coming.
Oh my gosh. No, they did keep coming. It was so funny. No, the Euro DVA did it though. The drones.
Oh,
the
sorry,
drones kept coming.
The drones kept coming. The Euro DVA, we rolled bad against them because communism is correct, and all of us internalized that as characters. Even Prior was like, wait a minute. Is my worldview stupid and lame? No, that can't be true. But this one's really cool, also. As he said earlier. And then, you know, Mix was like, democracy, which, like, you know, I think they'll eventually arrive at communism. They have to get over the being rich part.
I thought the fact that Mix kept calling Nikolai friend, and Nikolai was like, comrade, was very funny.
That was really good, yeah.
I felt bad killing Nikolai. I really did, everyone. But no, those were what I'd say my scariest encounters were. I'm curious if all of you have an encounter you thought was the scariest one out of the ones that I did.
Artemisia was scary.
Yeah. The thing about Artemisia is Artemisia really genuinely felt like they're like, if we had at any point messed up, if we had started rolling like the Euro DVA, there would be no point of recovery. We stack 20 bajillion damage on ourselves and we just die forever.
Perish at her hands.
Yeah, it was an exceptionally cool arc. Definitely. Very scary. Artemisia is probably the villain who scared me the most.
Oh, she is? Oh, I'm so glad. I'm curious what villain scared you all the most. Also, yes. Oh my god. I loved, hey Kate, you mentioned, I loved how Prior played Prior's fear there because he got afflicted by that. And the what the fuck are you? It was really good. It was really good. Oh my gosh. The mermaids too were scary. The mermaids too were very scary. But no, I'm curious. So you thought Artemisia was the scariest. Do you agree, Kai and Merru? Or did you two have differing feelings on that?
No, Artemisia was really scary. Like, I think Artemisia took Merru down. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, yes,
Merru
she did.
Merru had
She
to get
did.
healed because he got KO'd.
Right, because Mix had to pull Merru into the Ice Queen duel.
Yeah.
I remember that. It's a good thing she wasn't aiming to kill. Like, it's a really good thing that this fight, she really wanted you all for art pieces and didn't want to slaughter you all.
Oh, that's so true.
I
Very
think
glad
in
I'm
terms of like, oh, sorry.
No, I'm done. I was just mumbling.
I think in terms of like viscerally speaking, for sure agree. Oh, I had a different encounter in mind that like, oh, I mean, I guess second place I would put Greta. I mean, Prior kind of took care of that for the most part, while Kai sort of played hero and rescued a bunch of people in the background, so there wasn't like as much combat there as I was expecting, but she freaked me out. Like, Merru was tortured by her. That's literally Pookie. That's my little
so
meow
bad.
meow.
I felt so bad.
It's okay.
No, you didn't. You were so excited to torture him.
I was, but like I did feel bad, you know?
But Greta, like, you know, like I imagined that like blonde with blue eyes and like the cold dead stare, and I was like, yeah, this is a terrifying woman. Like,
Greta had a lot of aura up until also here's the illustration of her with Merru that Merru did. She had a lot of aura until Prior started clowning on her.
Greta was aura
so
farming,
good.
and then there was an ancient old man that was like, by the way, I didn't like you as much as you liked me, and she was like, what? What are you? I thought we were like friends.
Oh, Sky's surprised you didn't think Big Brother Birgh wasn't scarier, given his fucking unclashable attack.
Here's the thing about
certainly was, but oh no, Prior, you definitely have more to say.
No, I was gonna say Birgh. Here's the thing about Birgh, right? Mechanically, I feel Birgh was scarier, but despite the fact that Prior was outright killed, which surprised me a bit, but made sense. The stakes felt a lot lower. I don't want to say the stakes felt lower, because like the stakes had technically never been higher, but like Birgh made me feel mechanically challenged, like mechanically pushed to my limits. Narratively, so much was tied up in that fight, but Birgh did not scare. Like Birgh as a fight felt like with the accumulation of everything we had been working towards, and we were prepared as well as we could for that fight. The Maestro showing up really just felt like, oh, and this might just be the end of the campaign. Okay, well, let's go.
You all die. You all die out on a port on an art gallery ship.
How did I didn't expect to die? Prior has a 12 dice dodge pool when he takes the dodge action. Okay, I was like, even if I'm hit with like a DC 9, there's a chance.
Well, did you
not expected to be unclashable.
Yeah, sorry about that again. Sorry about that. I was like, I felt evil making it. I was like, you know what? I should take a page out of Ricardo's book. I should make this unclashable as well. I should use those unbreakable coins. And I was like, oh no. Well, I was like, it's a good thing he has that. Birgh didn't want Prior dead or even that hurt for real. No, he did not. He really did not. Maestro Artemisia flat out would have kept them as pieces and made Prior her prized piece. Oh yeah. No. If Artemisia had downed all of you, I mean, the campaign could have continued.
POV, we are art pieces.
I mean, the campaign could have continued from there. It's just like, I don't know what, you know what I mean? I don't know if it would have been. So you're all art pieces now.
Wow.
Oh, you fought us to intimidate Birgh. I honestly was watching that. I was like, you know, honestly, he'd respect it. He'd respect it.
It was there was a lot of logic going into Prior's actions, and some of it was yeah, I can face tank it, and a lot of it too, if anyone can face tank it, it's me. And then there's also the like, well, big brother to big brother, there's only one way we can handle this.
Yeah, he would have lost so much aura in front of the rest of the little siblings.
Yeah, imagine.
You didn't want that, right? Oh
It's
shit,
aura.
I also can't say if Birgh is stronger than Ricardo or not. I think they're both. Birgh was modeled after Ricardo, mechanics-wise, so they're probably around the same strength. Would be my guess. Miso no. Also, don't let Myra know. Don't let Myra know Prior's location or anything else. But no, has Mix dueled a retreating she member? Could they have killed one early? If so, what would have happened? I'm gonna be so real. You all can back me up on this if you think so. If Mix had tried to duel a she member, do you think Mix would have won that duel?
Mix would have died.
Yeah, I think Mix would have died.
Unless they, like, mega, super, ultra critted epic sauce style. Like, sometimes, once in a blue moon, Mix is not the critter of the TTRPG group. That's usually Kai and sometimes Merru. In terms of dealing, like, a whole bunch of damage. Mix rolls really good once every, like, bunch of rolls. It's a stark ratio.
But yes. All right, we're going to wrap up now. Are there any other questions that anyone had wanted to really, really answer before we finish stream? Because if there are, we'll do them right now. So if any of you have any questions that you really wanted to answer on stream and not just in text, because I don't know about you, Kai. I know Prior and Merru wrote up most of their answers to the questions, as well as I did. So I figured I might as well ask and see if there were any final questions any of you had wanted to answer aloud instead of answering in text.
You know what? I did actually have one. There was a question about Prior seeing mirror world versions of himself that I think would be poignant to answer on stream.
Yes, absolutely. Let me go grab that one. Was that the parallel identities one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, let me grab that. Manager. This was from Fumi. Let's copy paste. All right, let me grab this question right now. Oh, and yes, sorry if I'm missing anything here. Time of election we probably don't have. Also, I see that question, JMR. That is actually one Ange can't answer at the moment, but maybe explore down the line is all I have to say. And Zion, I do have Ange's opinion on sorry, I'm gonna butcher the name. I'm so bad with pronunciation. Pietro, I will post that in the chat for you. I promise. I want to give my players a chance to answer any that they want to answer.
Sena, you pretty much said that right.
I did? Did I say it
Pietro,
right?
yeah.
Oh, let's go! Also, do the hydrate. Well, fuck it. If we got time right at the end, Zion, I will do Ange aloud. And what's your question, Futaken? It's not cringe at all. There's no cringe questions. But no, I can read that one, but we'll first do Prior's one. What each parallel identity would tell to each Nuggets copy-paste?
All right. And for this, I feel that this kind of breaks down a couple concepts in Prior on like a my planning level that I did want to answer because I think it touches on some really fun scenes and concepts. And that's that they'd all actually... They wouldn't tell each other things more than they'd all sort of have the same question. They'd all ask the same thing. And they would all know that the answer would never be any different. And that is, they would all need to know, did you reach what I haven't been able to find? And regardless of if it's even out there, none of them would care. For Prior, that is a consistency across every mirror world. The roots search for fertile soil to bloom, and choke and kill the grass that wilts beneath endless growths blotting out the sun. Prior searches for something and is blind often to the carnage and misery that is left in his wake. He cares for those who follow him, but once he treads a path, he doesn't pay much mind to what was there before he crossed it.
I love that. I really love that. You think searching for his wings?
I think, yeah. I think that there are some parallels that we draw in there, but Prior is not that he has lost something. Prior is seeking to find something. And more than that, it is something that he has never been able to find. No Prior out there has reached that truth yet. The destination is out of all of their reach, and they search for it endlessly.
I love that. I love that. I can't wait to see if this Prior will be able to. As Sky said, maybe this version will. And were there any other final questions that you all, my players, wanted to answer?
Yes, there was one.
Absolutely.
It was the question about how Merru sees their Freischütz.
Oh, absolutely. Let me
I
go
just think
grab
that's
that
fun.
one. I liked that one a lot too. That one was from, I believe... That was also from Fumi, I believe. Let me grab that. I'm very sorry. I see all of your questions. I see all of your questions in chat, and I love them. And I'm going to screenshot those ones, but I don't think we have time to get to all of them, for which I apologize, everyone. We had so many questions, for which I'm so thankful. And I at least will get to all the ones that I can answer. And my players have any that they're able to answer, I'm sure they'd love to. And here it is. Merru, how do you see your Freischütz? Are they a friend, acquaintance, family member?
Yes.
Oh, did the bitrate just... Oh, did my stream just die? Oh, God.
Did it?
It did.
No, I don't think it did.
Oh, really? I
yeah,
thought the bitrate just fell.
No, I think it's fine.
Oh, good? We're good? Hello? Hello? We back, everyone? We good, everyone?
Did it die?
It seems like it never. Yeah,
Yeah, it never died.
We never
Oh, it
left,
never
bro.
died. Sweet.
We never
okay, I
left.
think it died. It died on my end.
It was,
That didn't happen to the rest of you. But yes, please answer, Merru. Please do.
So, to this question, Merru would say, Der Freischütz is certainly no family of mine, and calling him a friend would be laughable. Funny. But we've been around each other for too long to be acquaintances. He and I are simply two beings who are fighting for... I've briefly explained some of this to Mr. Prior before when he asked, but when I entered into my contract with Freischütz, we were both clearly looking for something and wanted to get it without giving more of ourselves than absolutely necessary to the other. I know that he ultimately wants to see me fall and despair and lose myself, but he's had to get that from me by other means than usual since our contract was initially made when I had no one. And I need to survive as long as possible, so I try to use my influence over strategically give him pieces of what he wants, so he's strung along long enough to keep protecting me. And if no one else is allowed to get close to him, he'll be forced to get what he wants from me. I know I'm on the back foot. He has more to give me than I can him, especially now that the situation has changed a bit. But at the end of the day, who he is to me hasn't changed all too much. I still agree that we make for a good team when he wants to cooperate and I do my job. But I understand a bit more that if we're outside of the facility, then I can't rely on him to follow with our predetermined roles. Maybe I didn't read some of the fine print. Who knows? But whatever it is, I'll deal with as long as he gets me to the end of each day. That's all.
Oh. I really enjoyed my response under Freischütz. I really do. I don't know if you entered the lag zone briefly. Essentially, the prosthetics are glitchy and cutting his voice at times. No!
Did it cut me off?
I heard most of it, but I think right at the end it cut off a bit. I just saw what King mentioned about being in the lag zone.
Oh, my bad.
But no, essentially I know it's along the lines of like, he has more to give to Merru than Merru can to him.
Yes, yeah. So Merru's on the back foot, yeah.
Yeah. But they are a team. And they have their roles. Or at least he thought they had their roles to play. I'm glad the full answer was. And yeah, no, toxic relationship. But let's let it continue and we'll see what happens with it. But yes, no, thank you all so much for coming. And I think that's a good, unless any of you have any other questions, those of you that you wanted to answer here by players, I think this is a good place to leave it. I'm going to go grab the questions that were from the chat today. And yes, Miso, I really did underestimate the fuck ton of questions asked by this community. I hope you know how happy it makes me. I hope you know I wish we could have answered all of them because these are all so good. I'm going to be in the channel posting my answers to things. I'll probably also, check to see if my players want to post theirs or if they want me to post theirs for them, whatever's easier. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for all the support. We'll see if it continues to be a toxic relationship, Fumi. I'm gonna go get ready to raid out, but in terms of the extra eyes, Fu Taken, those are something we'll be answering in the Discord too, if you'd like to join. And people can always ask questions in there. We'll hopefully do other streams in the futures where we do Q&As. And yes, good night to you, Hikate. Good night to you, Miso. Sleep well, Sky. Good night. Good night, King. And Fumi as well. And all of you here. And I will be sure to. All of my players better be sure to. I know I kept you all a lot longer than we expected. So let me go find who we're raiding out to.